Bum bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da ma. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum-bum. That guy. Good to see you, bud. Recently, that guy, you've been just like finger on the button, eh? You've just been sitting there being like, let's go to the moon. To the moon. How you doing? How you doing? I am tired because my dog woke me up like super, super early. Eggs D, good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. refresh, 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 refresh. Exactly. Uh, uh, so today was like a chill, like go get wings day. I did leg day yesterday, and so my legs are like little jelly today. The captain on Twitch, good to see you. Yo to you as well. Good to see you guys. Uh, 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 got a good amount. It just feels like the whole thing. You know what it is. You know what it is today. It's this story. It's this story that really kind of captured the unhinged nature of the reality that we live in right now. Right? Like this things are getting so things are so unhinged. Oh, the captain, I'm still on your Patreon as Cruiser. Fantastic. Did the captain? Did I send you? Yeah, I sent you a Discord thing. You're in the Discord. Okay, great, 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 great. Great. Just want to make sure everything's good. Conton, good to see you. This story, before I respond to your guys' initial comments, like it's so cartoonish. Like this is the kind of cartoonish nature of what we find ourselves in, right? Uh, uh, Mikhail says I've been finger on the button too. I have a timer set for 6 to remind you. That's so sweet, Mikhail. Wow, that actually that's really sweet. Thank you so much. You know, man, like it's stuff like that that really reminds me that like there are people out there who really give a shit about what it is I'm doing, right? Like that makes me feel really good about myself. I got to tell you. It touches my heart to know that you guys care. That you guys care so much. And cuz some days and some days it really is just like, boy, do I not want to do the stream today. Boy, it's just and then every time I hit record it's great, and you guys are what make it wonderful, really. You guys are what make it wonderful. Really. And so I'm so glad that you guys are here. Bex on Twitch writes, John, you're starting to look like Engels with that beard. Who's to say I'm not? Hmm? For all you know, have you ever seen me and Engels in the same place at the same time? Hmm? I think not. Although Engels definitely has the mustache. If you actually look at it, his mustache is just like, like I don't know how he ate. I don't know how Engels ate anything ever. Right? XD, I just look at the time. Clocks are all the rage. Cotton says, so I was thinking progressives want Vitter for Biden. Oh, want to vote. People want to vote for Biden to prevent fascism. But that is a delay tactic at best. Progressives should marshal forces. Yeah, I mean, like, is Biden not a fascist? Like, what is actually the fear here? Like, what? Like, really? Like, is it that Biden? I really think it is just like that Trump is just an overtly grotesque figure. You know, Trump is just like, what? We're gonna go over there and kill some guys. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, there's murderers all over the place. Yep. You know, we're gonna go over there. We're gonna kill some people, right? Like, whereas Biden has the like wherewithal to try to be like a statesman about it, to try and be like, we're going in those regions to spread democracy. We're gonna go in there, Jack. Come on, Jack. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna make sure that we spread democracy wherever we go, Jack. And everything will be better for everybody. You know, it'll be tough at first, but then it'll be better. You know, Jack. Right. Whereas Trump is just like, yeah, we're stealing resources. Right. Like the action is the same. It's just that Trump is just like more honest about it, and I think that's really what it comes down to. I think that's ultimately, I think that's what Americans are fighting for. They're fighting to save face at this point. and they just should stop. Like Trump is like I just wish that Americans would actually just be honest about it at least. It would be better if they were just like, yeah, fine, we don't give a fuck. Like, genocide is good. Like, fuck, let's go, right? I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Now we can have like a serious conversation for real. But like, I'd say most of my job, you guys have seen me talk all the time. People come in here all the time, and I talk to the people every single day. I talk to new people who come in all the time, constantly. Uh, uh, and most of the time it's just trying to convince people that something's gone wrong, and then trying to convince people that there's an alternative way to look at the world, right? Like that's what it is most of the time. And I would really love it if it was just instead just people being like, yeah, I'm a racist, I don't give a fuck, white power, draw the battle line, right? It would make things a lot clearer and a lot easier for a lot of people, I think. Yeah, you can't vote Hindenburg to stop Hitler. Exactly, June. Mikhail writes, once I get back to work, I'll have less free time. Now's the best use of my time. Your Tuesday, Thursday evenings for you. That's fantastic to hear. Well, I'm glad that you're here. I know about the work thing, man. Like, work. We should all just work less. We should all, like, all every service worker that exists, we should all create like a collective union, and we should all just walk off these service jobs simultaneously all at once. Like, I just think it's gotten to the point where it's so absurd what's occurring and what we're seeing. Cotton writes, the fear is the Republicans being able to criminalize LGBT and the police women's body. Yeah, but that's already happening. Yeah, they're already doing that at the state level, and it's not like the Democrats actually are putting up a big fight. You know, like it's not like the Democrats, when they do have power, actually wield that power in order to do anything about it. You know, like that to me is where the grift kind of falls apart. Is like, if this was a serious issue for the Democrats and they were serious about this kind of stuff, they could be more serious, but they're not, right? But they're not. They're just playing their part, and their part is to just hold the ball for a little while until the Republicans come back in and then begin the regression when over. That's the game. So yeah, to liberals, LGBT rights aren't actually something to fight for, but a bludgeon to use against their political enemies. Yeah. Did you finally lower the webcam, or was it just me? No, I finally did it. The key to the whole thing was that this picture right here, this guy right here was too high. And to get it in the shot, I had to have the webcam tilted quite a lot. And so that meant that you guys didn't get to see my shoulders, essentially, for most of the time. And it meant you didn't get to see the gloriousness of my beard, right? And I could even lower this. This is too high even, right? So I just lowered that picture, let me tilt the frame a little bit more, and so now you get a clearer image of the glorious glory of the glory. Thanks for noticing. Thanks for noticing, LA. That's nice. It's nice that someone noticed. That's nice. AOC supports the lift of Cuban embargo, defines it as cruel. Yep, it is cruel. It's a cruel embargo, absolutely. And but AOC is just playing her part, right? She's just the Hulk Hogan in the conversation, right? Like, if she ever was like elected the president and they had the House and they had the Senate and they had everything, they would find a way to not lift that embargo, right? It's like when the worst thing that ever happened in the conversation, in the political conversation for the elites, was when the Obama Democrats got the House, the Senate, and the presidency in supermajority categories. Like, they had supermajorities for 2 years. The Democrats had supermajorities, right? And and so they had to come up with an excuse for why they weren't just shoving legislation through, right? Like, why for 2 years did they not just shove like big, huge, massive legislation through, right? The way that the Republicans do and would, should they find themselves in a similar situation. Like, when conservatives and Republicans find themselves in the position where they have the presidency, they have the Congress, and they have the Senate in supermajorities, they literally pass laws that are this thick and just shove them through and just shove them through. And literally, like, the left opposition is like, we're not even getting the chance to read these, and oh my god, it's so horrible what's going on, this isn't democracy, oh my god. And they just shove it through, and just shove through every day. They're just yay, yay, and they're just shoving through enormous, like, huge, massive scoping legislation, like stuff that literally changes the entire configuration of how states operate, and just shoving it through and shoving it through. Well, the Democrats had the exact same situation for 2 years, right? And what did they do with it? Fucking nothing. They put Obamacare through, which was just like a gift to the insurance agencies, right? Romney Care. Uh, uh, but like, Obama literally held like a press conference where he's like, "Well, we're gonna get together with the Republicans, and we're gonna sit down, and we're gonna talk to the Republicans about how we think we should proceed, and as a way to walk across the aisle and try to unify." It's like, what? That's literally not how politics works, you dumb fucking idiot. You won. Your party won. Push through your fucking, like, push it through. That's the whole game. Right? The whole idea that Obama for 2 fucking years was like, well, we're going to talk to Republicans and see what the Republicans, what the fuck are you talking about? And so, like, to me, that was the moment when the game was up. In my view, that was the moment when the game was up. When it was obvious that the Democrats are just playing their part. They're not actually politicians. They're just like Hulk Hogan. Like, it's like saying Hulk Hogan is a martial artist, right? Like, that's to me, that's the same. To say that AOC and Bernie Sanders and the Squad and Obama and all of this are politicians is like trying to convince me that Hulk Hogan is a martial artist. Like, he's not. He puts on a show as if he is a martial artist, but he's not. And if he was to step into the ring with an actual martial artist, he would get his fucking face caved in, right? But and so yeah, AOC is going to stand up and she's going to say anything she needs to say. Yeah, the what is it? Reads cue card. Cuban embargo is bad, actually, and should be lifted. It is cruel. Oh, strong language. Cruel, right? But like, when the occasion comes for her to stand up and say, yay, let's do it, she won't. She'll reach across the aisle and dicker and do all kinds of stuff in order to be like, well, we can't. And then the midterm election will come and like, oh, we lost the House, and oh, it's the Republicans are getting in the way of it, and, because that's what the Democrats are there for. They're there to pretend as though it's difficult to pass this legislation, and they're there to ensure that the situation as it is now stays as it is, and they're there to make sure that anybody that wants to push the ball to the left and anybody that wants to move the needle to the left, well, they'll have to go to the Democrats because they're not going to go to the Republicans, and so the Democrats become a graveyard of leftism. All of the leftists pour all of their energy into the Democratic Party so the Democrats can stand there with a thumb up their butt. And if they do move the needle, they move it like a little, insignificant amount, and pretend as though it's difficult to do, right? And then the Republicans get into power and they're literally like passing like reams and reams and reams and reams and reams and reams of legislation, literally rewriting the tax code and like all this kind of stuff. Like, when Donald Trump says that day one he's going to reconfigure the way the government works, he's not lying. It's completely possible. It's totally doable. Should the Republicans end up with the House, the Congress, and the presidency, they will do it day one, because it's completely possible. And the Obama Democrats revealed to everyone the fraudulent nature of the Democratic Party. To me, that was the moment when the entire establishment of the Democratic Party should have been abandoned by anyone. When they just literally were like, well, we've got super majorities in the House and the Senate, and we have the presidency and a sympathetic Supreme Court. Well, we got to find a reason why we can't just pass this legislation. Let's go talk to the Republicans. Oh, this is real politics for sure. It's not just a show. Yeah, right. But like, isn't it weird for her to speak against it? Here, if I'm going to talk to you guys, I'm going to put up. Isn't it weird for her to speak against it? Like, she wants to see Cuba flourish or the world to see real socialism. She has a foot on the other side of the line. No, no, it's because there are people within her party that talk that way. There are Cubans. Like, not every Cuban is like a Miami Gusano, right? Like, there are people who exist in the United States who are looking at the situation in Cuba from just like a basic humanitarian standpoint. They're not sitting there being like, we should let communism flourish. They're sitting there just being like, these people should have access to the world market. Like, that's dumb, right? Like you literally got your boot on their back. Don't do that, right? Just from a basic humanitarian standpoint. Like, you don't need to be a fucking communist to be like, yeah, like, people should have access to food. Like, people should have access to these things, right? Like, and so, but AOC is just gonna like if she didn't have people in her constituency that were talking that way to her, she wouldn't talk about it, right? So it's her constituents, and so she stands up and says that, and a section of her constituency goes, "That's right, yeah, that's right. I'm gonna vote AOC. Yeah, did you hear what she said? Right? Vote AOC, right? So that she can stand up and do fucking nothing, because that's her job." Yeah, Butcher Biden. This is the new one. I'm more partial to Genocide Joe myself, but Butcher Biden is good. Yeah. Poor Jordan excommunicated. I do want to talk about this just because it's so fucking stupid, and the fact that the leader of the opposition is responding to it, even like Pierre Poilievre. So here's the story on the Jordan Peterson angle, right? Jordan Peterson loses fight with Psychology College over mandatory social media training. So the whole story is that Jordan Peterson posts like cock milking porn on Twitter and tells people to go kill themselves on Twitter, doxes a bunch of people on Twitter. And so a bunch of people complain to what's the actual name? It's the College of Psychology. It's the Ontario College of Psychology or something like that, which is a professional organization that regulates psychologists in the province of Ontario, right? And they basically say to Jordan Peterson, yeah, you're going to have to do mandatory training to be retrained about how to act on Twitter and in public generally, or else we're going to take away your license to practice. And Jordan Peterson and his simping fanboys go on this like tirade of how unjust it is and the system's coming down on us and freedom of speech crackdown. And like literally the only statement that's left is like, it's funny how like hierarchies are super important until they affect you, right? Isn't that funny how that works? That like the hierarchy is sacred and natural and good and necessary, and you can't get rid of them, and they're important for organization, and what? I have to abide by a hierarchy? Unjust! It's literally what's happening. And the simping fanboys are so like up their own asses about it that they're incapable of having a debate or a conversation about it or even a comment on it because it's obvious that it's hysterically fraudulent, right? Jordan Peterson wants to be a psychologist. That means he needs to apply to a hierarchy, right, that exists specifically in order to regulate psychologists. You want such an organization to exist because you just shouldn't have quacks and frauds going around pretending to be psychologists, posting cock-milking porn on Twitter, right? These people should abide by a standard, and that standard should be set by an organization of peers who regulate their members, right? It's the most reasonable, rational shit you've ever heard of in your whole fucking life. And so and this is the best part, is that it's literally the slappiest of the wrist. It's literally like, Jordan, bad. It's not even like hard. It's not even like they're like, oh, it's like, it's straight up just like, Jordan, you have to take a 2-hour seminar. You literally need to watch a video. And the video will be like, so you've posted cock milking porn on Twitter. Like, don't do that maybe, right? Maybe when you're off your meds, don't post on Twitter so much. So the simping fanboys are losing their minds, and it's getting published in the National Post, which is even more embarrassing. Like, the fact that the National Post is even publishing this story is embarrassing in the first place. Like, who gives a fuck about this fraud, right? Uh, uh, but here's leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre, another outrageous attack on free speech as regulators try to force Peterson into a re-education program for expressing the politically incorrect views. This is the culture of censorship Trudeau has created, and I will reverse. Like, the most fraudulent shit you've ever seen in your life. Another outrageous attack on free speech. This isn't an attack on free speech. This is abiding by standards set by a regulatory body that Peterson agreed to if he wants to be a professional. If Pierre Poilievre was posting cock-milking porn on Twitter and telling people to kill themselves on Twitter, the Conservative Party would tell him to stop, right? And they would be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be the leader of the party. And then if Pierre Poilievre stood up and said, this is an affront to my free speech, it's like, no. You are free to post cock-milking porn on Twitter. You are not free. You don't have the right to be a psychologist. There's no enshrined human right to be a fucking psychologist. If Peterson wants to post cock-milking porn on Twitter and tell people to kill themselves on Twitter, go right ahead. But he doesn't need to be a psychologist, right? You don't have the right. You have the right to free speech, but you don't have the right to be free of consequence. Right? It's just the most childish shit in the world to think that you can be a member of a major institution that has like regulatory oversight and think that you're just going to be not regulated. Like, it's the dumbest shit that can possibly exist in a person's mind, right? Just the idea that you think that people should just be able to do whatever. It's just so stupid. And then if you actually talk to these people, they'll literally be like, yeah, you're not free from consequence, though. It's like, you mean like the consequences of needing to fucking face consequences for this shit? Like, it's crazy. So, outrageous attack on free speech, already a garbage statement. As regulators try to force Peterson into a re-education program. Literally watch a 2-hour video that says, hey, maybe don't post cock-milking porn on Twitter, because it embarrasses the entire profession, right? You look like a fraud. Like, you look like a phony. Because Peterson is widely a phony, right? Like, he thinks that people are commodities. And then for expressing the politically incorrect views. Yeah, the politically incorrect views of telling people to go kill themselves, doxing people, and posting, again, I've said it several times, cock-milking porn, right? So Pierre Poilievre, pro-cock-milking porn. Right? That's what the liberals should run with. They should be like, Pierre Poilievre thinks that everybody should be posting cock-milking porn on Twitter. Like, and not to denigrate people who would like to post cock-milking porn on Twitter, but if you're going to do that, you don't need to be part of a professional organization that wants to see itself as respectable and has authority to literally sit in a room by yourself with a teenage girl and tell her how to live her life. Maybe you don't need to be that person, right? Like, just straight up. You could just not be, if your free speech is so important to you that you think you should be able to just post whatever, anywhere, whatever, then maybe you just don't need to be a person who gives life advice to vulnerable people, right? Maybe you should not have a license for that, right? So there's your choice. Abide by the hierarchy that you worship, or don't. But it turns out that Peterson is just a hysterically fraudulent hypocrite, which we've always known, right? His big pitch has always been that hierarchies are important. Well, hierarchies are important, Jordan. Suck it up. Stop being a little baby. Go watch the 2-hour video. Stop posting cock-milking porn on Twitter. Be an adult. Stop being a baby. Right? Like, it's a real straightforward shit. Like, it's a really straightforward shit. Amit writes, by the way, comment. Good to see you, by the way, Amit. Before I say on that, unlikely mention has... Okay, so wait. Are we pro-milking or not pro-milking? Look, unlikely mention. If that's what you're into, I'm fine with that, okay? If that's what you want to do, you go and do that. That's great, right? But for a professional, like if you're part of a professional institution, right, and you present yourself as a professional, you got to set a boundary. Just use an alternative account. Like if you just want to put cock milking porn on the internet and that's what your thing is, use an alternative account and just don't present yourself as Jordan B. Peterson. Be like Borden G. Peterson or something. Like make up some fucking bullshit name, right? And post your cock milking porn, have your fun, and then switch the account and be like, this is what I think is good for living. It's fine. Right? It's fine. We don't judge in terms of what gets you off. Unlikely mention, I came in on the milking diatribe, so I was a little lost until now. No good. You're getting the things clear. I like it. We gotta get it clear. But I do want to address this. Amit said something really lovely. Which I actually do. I think this is really lovely what you've said here, Amit. So I want to read this. By the way, Kami, I'm sorry if I said any bad things to you last time I disagreed with you about North Korea. We are different. I'm a liberal, you're a leftist, but we both have a common enemy, the religious right. I shouldn't have hated you. I gotta tell you, Amit, I didn't think that you were sending me hate at all. Honestly. Like I feel like I take very strong positions on these things, and I'm trying to get people to see things in alternative perspectives. And it sounds to me like you had a moment of clarity in that conversation, and that's all I want. I do want to encourage you to rethink your position as a liberal, because liberalism fundamentally says that capitalism is fine, and capitalism's not fine. Right? Capitalism sucks. It's the worst. It's the core of all of our problems. It's the bottleneck, right? That we would be better off without these parasites involved in the conversation at all. So that's my encouragement to you. Abandon the capitalists, for they are abandoning you. Just abandon them back. But that was kind of you to say. It was very kind of you to say. Do you think they're disingenuous in their views, Bernie and AOC? Yes. I don't think they're... I think they're politicians. I think that they say what they need to say to their base in order to secure popularity. I think they're Hulk Hogan. Right? That they come out and they go, and people go, ah. And if they went like this and nobody did that and everybody went, then they would stop. And they would do something else. Right? So I don't think that they're genuine. Like I think that they might be like, you know, interested in piecemeal reformism. Like I think that there are like a lot of liberals that are like this, where they're like, how do we solve problems without offending our owners? Right? Which is fundamentally why liberalism fails and opens up the door to conservatism and Republicans. Right? It's the reason why the public gets exhausted with liberals, is that the public is looking at the solution. Like they're looking at it and they know what the solution is. Literally, there's a guy sitting on top of a big giant pile of money that is ever growing, just getting bigger and bigger, literally bragging about how much money he has and bragging about how great it is, getting a super yacht, literally just like more money than ancient pharaohs. And the liberal is going like, well, you know, we could adjust the portfolio by 0.5% and raise taxes on... What we could do is introduce the tax on consumption by 0.4%. And literally everybody's like, tax this guy. Tax that guy. Tax him. Tax him. And liberals won't, because they fundamentally think that capitalists are good and they work with capitalists. Right, that they are allies with the capitalists and they're allies with conservatives for that reason. And so eventually the populace just gets exhausted with liberals, and so the conservative comes in and then just rules as a capitalist, because that's their whole position. And so it's not that I think that they're like completely disingenuous. I just think that they've shackled themselves on purpose. Right? They're literally saying, I have solutions so long as you don't actually want actual solutions that really actually work. right? As long as you're willing to accept the most meager piecemeal reform, just literal, like almost nothing, because that's the only thing that these capitalists are willing to concede. Like, oh, fine, we'll do a 0.2% increase over 10 years, kind of shit. Right? Like, as long as that's what you're willing to accept, then sure, I guess they're not disingenuous. But if your expectation is like legitimate change, like legitimate fundamental change, and an obvious change to this fraudulent nature of this failed system, then yeah, I don't think they're being very honest. Right? It's not like they're standing there being like, yeah, we should literally clear house. Like Donald Trump is walking around saying he wants to drain the swamp, right? Hear anything like that coming out of the left? No, right? Because I don't think they're serious. I think that if they had the House and if they had the Senate, if they had the presidency in super majorities, they would essentially do nothing like Obama did. Certainly not do anything that the Republicans couldn't immediately overturn, and it would not really hurt anything from the capitalist perspective, right? Yeah, American politics is more like a TV show about an oligarchy. Yeah, both political parties play for the rich. Republicans are offense, Democrats are defense. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a good way of saying it. Yeah, a lot of communists were Democrats because they just heard somewhere that the communism doesn't work, didn't look into it. They still want to give welfare to people. You guys also have to consider that defending communism is such a mental gymnastics, especially when buggy reactionaries. No, I don't think defending communism is mental gymnastics. I think it's actually very straightforward. Right? Most of the time, any accusation that comes towards communism, I just go, "Where's your evidence?" And they say, "Well, everybody just knows it." I'm like, "No, they don't. Where's your evidence?" And when they're incapable of providing evidence, and I just poke holes in their story, it's over, right? Because they don't actually have evidence for their claims. They're religious ideologues, right? And if you can just poke holes in their claims, because their claims are absurd all of the time, and then show them that they have no evidence, right? There's no mental gymnastics in that. The people who are doing the mental gymnastics are the ones that are maintaining an ideology without evidence. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Stalin. Okay. When? Who? When? At what time? What did they do? Right? And then you just point out like what happened. This isn't mental gymnastics. It's actually extremely straightforward. Right? The mental gymnastics. The people who are doing the mental gymnastics are the ones that are in the religious ideology and hold on to belief systems without evidence. Those are the people who are engaging in the mental gymnastics. Right? Like I find my position to be very feet on the ground, literally hand out evidence. What's your evidence? Right? And people just can't provide it. And like I think that the Democratic Party for a long time the narrative and people like Noam Chomsky talk this way, right? You just got to vote Democrat. There's no other alternative, right? Because the truth is that people aren't willing to accept what it's actually going to take, and like things haven't gotten so bad that I think people are willing to like really go to the mat. There was a glimmering of it though in the Occupy movement. The Occupy movement, there was this glimmering potential. It's why the Occupy movement was actually so threatening and why they had to clear those encampments, you know? Because like you've got thousands and thousands of people that are coalescing and organizing, and I think the moment they saw that the Tea Party and the occupiers were beginning to put two and two together, that the position of the Tea Party was that the problem is the government, and the position of the occupiers was the problem are corporations. And it was the occupiers that were putting together that no, it's not the corporations and it's not the government, it's the merger of those two things. It's that the corporations have bought out the government, right? And that these two forces have merged together, right? Which I define as fascism, because that's how Mussolini defined it. And so the merging together of those two forces, the occupiers were beginning to put that together, and so they needed to clear those encampments, right? And the occupiers were explicitly anti-democrat. They refused to allow their energy to get funneled into the Democratic Party. The Tea Partiers did get funneled into the Republican Party, where they died, and the And so that's very threatening. Like, that's very threatening for the establishment. And then, big shocker, the establishment just starts pumping out identity politics as much as possible, right? Like, literally everything is just pumping out identity politics. Everything is about identity politics. Because they're fine if you have a fist fight over it's okay to be gay. But they definitely don't want you to talk about we are the 99% and you're the 1%, and they don't want the populace to articulate those things, because that's like the Occupy movement was a huge articulation of income inequality in a massive way, and people really discount that. And so I think that there's a lot of people who funnel their energy into the Democratic Party where it dies, because that's the strategy, right? That's the goal. And I think people are starting to realize more and more that, like, no, we got to get away from these Democrats. Like, we need to abandon the Democratic Party. But of course, it's so difficult for the populace to organize, right? And more people are beginning to realize that the system itself is completely corrupted. Like, what it is going to take, and I say it all the time on this channel, and I'm going to continue saying it. This is my position completely, and any kind of hopeful political person out there listening to this, what it is going to take, and never fool yourself, is millions and millions and millions and millions of people surrounding the White House, surrounding the Senate, surrounding the Congress, surrounding Jeff Bezos's house, Bill Gates' house, Elon Musk's house, David Thompson's house, the Irving's house, the Parliament, simultaneously all together, the entire society rising up and surrounding the halls of power and surrounding these banks and surrounding these places, and essentially saying, it is over, it is finished, you are no longer credible. And then being able to withstand the military assault that they are going to send our way, and then redrawing the Constitution. That is what it is going to actually take. And anything less than that is not going to work. And what the capitalists are going to do is they're going to send the military after us, first of all, the police forces. That's why they're building Cop City. Like, they see all this coming. Like, all of this is coming. Like, and right now we've got Palestinian protests that have a glimmering of that, right? So they see all of this coming because they know there's a massive decline coming. They know that things are in sharp decline. And they know the populace isn't just going to stand by and watch their children starve, right? So there is going to be a military response, and then chances are good there's going to be concessions, right? Because that worked for FDR. They're going to do concessions. And my position on all of that is when they start doing concessions, that's when we know we're winning, and we have to push even harder. Because the goal is to simply strip them completely of the means of production, is to make it so that they no longer have power in the conversation at all. And literally to end the reign of terror of this capitalist death cult. Because if you accept their concessions and walk away while leaving them with the means of productions in their hands, they'll just ramp up a new reign of terror on your children. Like, this is a reign of terror. That's 100% what it is. Complete with genocides, complete with world wars, right? Like, and soon will come the famines, and we've already experienced the plagues, and the plagues will get worse. Like, the firestorms and all this crazy shit, the climate change and all of this, right? This is a fucking death cult that is 100% a reign of terror caused by capitalists, and we need to eliminate them. And the only way we're actually going to achieve that is if millions of people surround the halls of power and say, we're no longer participating in this game that you're putting on. It is over. You no longer have power. Like, that is what it's going to take. And, like, they'll do fucking, like, public death squads and shit like that in order to maintain their power, like they did in Afghanistan and Iraq and throughout the Middle East. Like, they for sure will do all of this shit. It's just, like, we just exist in this space where we are like, no, I can't possibly imagine that they would do that. Yeah, you can't possibly imagine that, right? They've killed your imagination on purpose and made everything like dumb Marvel movies and shit. Right? Like the idea that a guy like Joe Biden would 100% just authorize a death squad to walk through the streets just shooting people is sort of beyond your imagination, even though that's exactly what they did through the Middle East. Like, it's so funnel your energy into the Democratic Party where it will die, right? That's where it will 100% die. It's not going to go anywhere. You're going to waste your time. You literally would be better off going out into a field and staring at the sky. Like, the only thing that's going to work is full-scale rebellion. That's the only thing that will work. Nothing else will work. And historically speaking, it literally doesn't matter who's in power when the rebellions start, right? Like, my favorite one to point out is Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon's considered the last liberal president because he was passing, like, the Environmental Protection Act was passed by Richard Nixon. Why? Because he had, like, thousands of people outside of his door, right? Like, threatening him. And if that's not what you're doing, like, if that's not what you're organizing, and if that's not what you're doing, then you're not engaging in politics. You're just engaging in, like, WWE-ism. You're just engaging in this sort of faux entertainment politics where you get to pick a side and cheer a guy and check a box and be like, vote blue no matter who, and like all that kind of stuff, and pretend like you're engaged in politics when what you're engaging in is theater. It's a collective improvised theater is what's happening. Real politics is gathering thousands of people and surrounding the halls of power. That's real politics. That's actual politics. Burning Joe Biden's cars. Like, doing what the French do. The French do real politics. That's what they're actually doing. That's real politics. Right? What we do here in North America, what we do here in the West, like, it's not politics. It might as well just be like The View. It's like watching The View and thinking that you're engaged in politics. Like, nah, none of that is real. None of that is real. You're just living in sort of a fantasy land, right? Where the hard reality of what must be done is too difficult. And many people just kind of like accept their lot in life and just be like, well, I guess this isn't so bad. I'll just go here and be the manager of a McDonald's or whatever, right? Make some money, go home, watch porn, jerk off. On the weekends, just drink myself silly. Wake up, do it all over again. Yeah, I guess this is life. And a lot of people do that, right? I refuse. And I understand why people do that. Because, like, for the most part, this is just a temporary thing we're all just going through. And we all intrinsically know that like, this is just temporary, right? We won't be here for that long, right? And I think a lot of people are just like, oh, okay, this is what this is. I don't want to put up a big fight. I don't want to put up a big thing. I don't really care that much because soon I'll be dead and I'll move on. Right? And there's a lot of people who like believe in an afterlife and reincarnation and the next step and all this kind of stuff. And so they'll just be like, oh yeah, this will just be this phase. And I'll be like, oh wow, what a crazy experience this was being a McDonald's chef or something. And then they'll just go on to whatever they think the next thing is, even if there isn't anything. And so they don't put up a fuss, right? Because things are not that bad. Things are not to the point where it is so bad. And we've seen historically that things can get pretty fucking bad before people are willing to actually revolt in meaningful and serious ways. As long as people still have like burgers and like have like cheap wing night, you know, still can drink beer on the weekend, right? If the Democrats and the Republicans are the same, why don't they just have one party? Because it's the illusion. You need to have the illusion of choice. George Carlin talked about this, actually, very presciently. Very, very presciently. If you only have one party, then people get disgruntled. People get angry, and people I want my freedom! Freedom! But if you have a second party that's actually part of the single party that exists, it creates this illusion of choice, where it's like, I'm gonna vote for the other guy and fuck this guy. We'll get him out. Ha ha ha. Like, and they just like it's literally one tier of control. It's like a one tier of control mechanism that and that's enough to get most people. Like, most people. I remember when I was growing up, like, people around me all the time would say this. They'd be like, "We'll vote for him, and if he doesn't do what we say, then we'll vote him out and get the other guy in." And I remember just even as a teenager, just kind of be like, I didn't say it because I didn't quite have it articulated as clearly as I do today. But I knew it in my heart that I was like, so what? Like, they know you're going to do that. Like, they know. They know you're going to vote them out. It's part of their strategy. What, you think they're not going to go work for these guys? Right? Like, and we've seen them do that over and over and over and over and over and over again, where once they're out of office, they go and work for the corporate power structure, right? That's so it's obviously a career path for these guys. where they go up and they're like, and then I'll be the prime minister or the governor or the premier or whatever, and then I'll do what the corporate power structure wants me to do. People will get mad at me, they'll vote me out, and then I'll go work for the corporate power structure, and that's the path, right? That's the path. But if you only have one party, if you only had one party, then people would be able to see through it, right? They'd be able to be like, oh, this is just a dictatorship, right? And it is a dictatorship. It's a dictatorship of capital. But because there's, oh, look, that's the blue guys and that's the red guys, so I'll vote blue this time, and next time I'll vote red. It gives like a layer of credibility that most people can't pierce through, because most people don't really acknowledge the class structure in the society. There's most people think we're all in this together, right? And to me, that's the true danger of communism and the communist conversation for the capitalists. The true danger of the conversation for capitalists is the acknowledgement of the class structure and the discussion of the class structure. Because most people go through their lives and they're not really, they're either unaware of it or they are kind of aware of it, but they lack the ability, they lack the clarity. They don't have a clear picture of it. So they're just kind of operating on a hunch, right? And people will say things like, well, just the rich getting richer, right? But they don't fundamentally understand that, like, it's not just rich people, right? It's not like there's a guy working in a toy store who is also a billionaire. It's like there's a structure at play. There's a system at play. And it's not until you actually understand what that system and what that structure actually looks like and understand the classes that exist because of that structure that you can actually understand how the ruling power structure keeps its power. And moreover, how you can understand what they're actually afraid of, right? Like, the capitalist class is not afraid of you voting Republican or Democrat. It's just not. Right? Because Republicans and Democrats work for both work for them. What they're afraid of is a million people outside their door. That's what they're afraid of, right? But it's so long as you kind of remain vague in your thinking or unaware of the existence of the class structure, as Marx articulates very clearly, then you'll always kind of just think, oh, the political system is real politics. No, but it's not. It's not a real political structure. It's not a real political system, because it exists in and of it for itself. It exists only for itself. It doesn't exist to help anybody or do anything or discuss anything meaningful. It exists explicitly for itself and for the existence of the capitalist class, which is why the Marxist theory and the Leninist theory is to erect what's called the dictatorship of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the workers, and exclude the capitalists from politics, from real politics completely, and basically just expropriate their wealth and strip their wealth and kill the class. Force the capitalists to actually do jobs, right? Go work, right? Yeah, if you're an average Canadian, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, I think it's beginning to degrade, especially in Canada. Like, the idea that I think that for the most part, as long as a person gets 2 days off on the weekend and they can buy a case of beer, I think most people are pretty okay, right? Like, I really do. Like, the demands of the proletariat are so small, right? The demands of the unlikely mention, man. I talk about this stuff so often that, like, I don't know, dude. Like, a PowerPoint, no thanks. Like, no thanks, man. I feel like that's really like, today we're going to talk about the proletariat. Like, nah, it's not my jam. It's not my jam. I'm a hype man for communism. I'm a hype man for communism. But here in Canada, it's all beginning to break apart, right? Like people are no longer able to afford housing. Like that's a big one. Not being able to afford a house, like that's a thwarting of the promise of capital. That's literally capital betraying the populace in a big massive way. Very recently Pierre Poilievre actually said out loud that he wants to get rid of Trudeau because Trudeau has abandoned his generation. That's the language that Pierre Poilievre is using, right? Now, of course, Pierre Poilievre is a fraud, and he's not actually going to do anything to solve these problems, which is going to create an incredible moment. I actually think 2 years into Pierre Poilievre's term, there's going to be a lot of these conservative guys, a lot of these young men who are voting conservative for the first time because their dad is sitting there being like, fuck Trudeau, things were better under Harper, so fuck Trudeau. And so a lot of these kids, right, are falling for this Jordan Peterson bullshit, or falling for this Ben Shapiro bullshit, and falling for this like individualism and individual responsibility bullshit. And so they're all going to vote Pierre Poilievre, and then about 2-3 years into the Pierre Poilievre's term, they're going to realize right away that Pierre Poilievre has betrayed them, because he's going to pass big binder full size legislation that's going to be loaded with fuck over the proletariat, fuck over the proletariat, fuck them over as hard as you possibly can, fuck them, right? Like that's what the conservative MO is. Like the conservatives aren't sitting there being like, how do we help people? That's not their MO. It's not what they're interested in, right? That their whole MO is how do we extract as much wealth as possible from the people so that we can erect like a Jeffrey Epstein style pile of wealth off in the corner, right? That's their whole shtick. It's all they've ever done. And it's going to be pretty clear pretty fast. And so that's going to create this enormous disillusionment. And that's what I'm really here for. Like I'm really interested to see what happens to the proletariat once they realize that they've been betrayed. Like, it's going to be pretty crazy, I think. A lot of them are going to go straight fascist, I think. Like, straight, like PPC, and probably even further to the right than that, even. Well, and I think that a lot of what's actually happening in the proletariat here in the West is a Unlikely says, for a communist, why do you use Windows and not open source Linux, the proletariat OS? Because I don't know how, and I'm old. I don't have the time or the patience for that, dude. Like, for real. Like, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and make decisions. That's it. Like, I will admit my inability. Like, it's a miracle that I got this up and running, bud. Like, so you're starting to say, why don't you do Linux? I'll tell you why. Because Jesus, like like reality exists, and you just have to make decisions. Yeah, our interconnectivity with the internet is what's helping people wake up from how the bourgeois is conning us. Yeah, and eventually, and they're starting to recognize that more significantly. And serious things are going to happen. There'll be a big purge, right? Like I've said it over and over and over again, and I'll continue saying it, that channels like mine will be purged. That's why I say share, subscribe, right? Get involved in the Patreon, get involved in the Discord, donate $1 that gets you into the Patreon, right? Because when they purge me, right, which they will, it is an inevitability. I have made my peace with it, that one day they will just go, all of this content is gone. Everybody who's like this is already gone, right? All of the signs are there. And they will 100% launch a new McCarthy era. And they will 100% bring people up and be like, are you or are you not a member of the Communist Party? That'll all happen again, right? And all the Red Scare propaganda. And so right now it's at a simmer level. It's just sort of in a simmer. But they will 100% ramp that up. And they will 100% be like, I see here that you donated to this party here, which has a loose affiliation to the Chinese Communist Party. Are you a member of the Chinese Communist Party? And there'll be Senate hearings, and they'll bring people up, and it'll be all full blown. It'll be right in front of us, right? Like they will do that again. They will absolutely do that. And so, if you want to know where I'm going to go next, or if you want to know my fate, get involved in the Discord. And the way to do that is to donate $1 into the Patreon. Thank you. I mean, you guys want to talk about white supremacy? Like this, it's a white supremacist power structure. Like the fact that the leader of the KKK is just walking around, like we know where he lives, right? We know where he lives. Let's do it. Let's do an article. Oh, actually, a piece of interesting news, which I wanted to show. After days of confusion, Trudeau government says it will abide by ICJ on genocide case against Israel. This is actually good news, right? From the Canadian perspective. I do think that there's a bit of self-preservation in this, that if the Trudeau administration were to stand up against the ICJ, they would open themselves up to a war tribunal case, right? As long as they are willing to say, well, we didn't believe it was genocide, but we will abide by the decision of the court, and we no longer are going to participate now that it's been decided by the court, right? So that kind of bare minimum discussion that can happen. So there's a lot of self-preservation in the conversation, but it's also like an inherently good thing, right? The captain writes, question, if you were once upon a time religious but not anymore, does this mean you believe in nothing after death, rebirth possibility, a spiritual realm, lights out, just curious? You know what, man? You want to talk to me about religion? It is actually my favorite conversation. Politics is actually my second favorite thing to talk about. I've been seeing a lot of Chris Hitchens has been going back around the socials a lot, right? Christopher Hitchens has been going around a lot. And a lot of that atheist kind of conversation, right? And you get a lot of Ricky Gervais also holds these sorts of positions. And my feeling is very much like when I listen to these guys talk, it's like, oh, these guys are fundamentalists, or at least they have a fundamentalist view of religion, right? That if you are a fundamentalist, it means that you're clutching a hold of something, saying this is the one truth. And so if you're an atheist, it's easy to be an atheist under those circumstances, right? Because it's not hard to point at somebody and be like, obviously not, right? Like it's not hard to point at a fundamentalist and say, well, that's obviously wrong. Like it's obviously wrong that you're holding on to the one truth, right? And so what atheists do, like Chris Hitchens, like all he ever did was he said, well, that's obviously false, and so there's nothing, right? Whereas I hold on to the position that says, well, it's obviously false that this is the one truth, right? But it's probably the case that humanity is grappling with this concept and has been for many generations and many millennia. The idea of some kind of underpinning reality. And I feel like I've actually found a way to articulate the theist case in a way that changes the discourse, removes the fundamentalism from the conversation, and sort of flips it on its head, which is instead of asking the question, does God exist? And instead of entrenching our understanding of that conversation in these books that have been produced by men, to simply just ask the question, is the universe alive? Or is existence itself alive? Is it a living organism in and of itself? Does it have its own consciousness? Right? And once you begin asking those questions, and once you begin pursuing the theistic kind of way of thinking about the world on those terms, you decouple. You begin to see that that is the pursuit that what these books were always talking about. That these people were sitting down and writing these conversations about the nature of existence and the reality of existence as if it was itself a living organism. And that they were less interested in being like, this is the book, and if you go anywhere else, then you're gonna, all like, and they were like very geographic. Like it's very unlikely that the authors of these texts actually thought that they would become like global 2000 years later, you know? Like, it's not difficult to write these passages that say this is the one true gospel when the other book that exists in your village is literally like sacrifice your babies and drink their blood. Like so it's pretty unlikely that the Prophet Muhammad genuinely thought that 2,000 years later people will be having like really intense conversations in North America about how these different texts intersect with one another in this kind of fundamentalist view. That once you kind of understand that all of these books are just people grappling with the questions of reality and the nature of existence, as if existence is itself a living entity and is itself a living life form, then they make a lot of sense, right? And but if your view is that if your view is fundamentalist, as Christopher Hitchens' view is fundamentalist, then it's easy to be an atheist. It's not difficult to be an atheist under those circumstances. So that's more or less my position of the whole religious conversation, is that we are part of a living entity and a living organism that is itself attempting to discover itself. And the method that it must discover itself is through this created existence that it created as a byproduct of its own existence. Like, it just exists because it does, and it doesn't understand why. That my perception of, like, there's been different perceptions of God through time, and one of the most recent articulations is sort of the idea of the benevolent God, and then there's the concept of the aloof God, and then there's also this concept of the evil God, and all of these kind of concepts have existed throughout time, and they have been articulated by different people in different places at different times. My articulation is that God is just as confused as what's going on as you are. That God is bewildered. That God is not benevolent. God is not evil. God is not aloof. God is just confused. That God is just bewildered and doesn't really know what's going on. That in the largest sort of meta sense, obviously God must know what's going on, but you got to go through the process to get there. And so right now, in this moment, in this existence where we are, God is as confused as the rest of us, and maybe we can be like, hey, could we try to sort this out? But the energy that persists around us is going, let's sort this out. How do we sort this out? And that's sort of how I look at it. I don't think that the universe is a malevolent force, but I don't think it was created to be a beneficial force either. I think it was just created because it could exist. Right? Like, that's it. No, of course. It's my position is I don't mean to toot my own horn. My position is the best, and if you believe anything else, you're a fraud. No, I've been thinking about this a long time. Right? I've been thinking about this a long time. Like, we just exist. There's no reason or rationale for it. I think there's lots of evidence to suggest that the universe is itself a life form and has its own thoughts and its own ideas. It's just confused and doesn't know what's going on. I think that fundamentally, like, if I want to say it in the most theological possible way, I think that what we are all doing here on Earth is attempting to manifest that God into reality. That is fundamentally what we are collectively doing. That we are trying to find a way to take the underpinning energy of reality and have it pierce through reality and manifest it into existence. That is what humanity is doing, and I think that humanity does it innately and naturally and doesn't quite understand why. Right? So even if we do it subconsciously and unconsciously, we are doing it. And it would be better and cleaner and easier if we did it consciously. If we actually said there is an underpinning energy that is its own entity, is its own life form, that it exists within us and through us, and that we speak to each other with this divine energy, and each of us is actually a divine aspect of that creator. And if we all got together and consciously pursued the manifestation of that divine energy into this reality, it would be more efficient and more effective than what we're going to do, which is just create a bunch of commodified bullshit that will eventually coalesce and figure itself out, and then become a new form. Now that's an idea I never came across. Humanity as the engine process to create deity. I'm going to go do some pharmacala and think about that. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously what we're doing, right? Why do we have this sense of fairness? Why do we have this sense of unity or justice? Why do we have any of these concepts or ideas in the first place? Where do they come from? What's the point? Why do we have things like self-worth? Why do we have any of this, right? It's because we are constantly comparing our current reality, the illusion of existence that it persists around us. We're constantly comparing that reality to the reality of our creator, to the internal reality of our existence. That we are an aspect of God, that literally God inhabits each and every one of us, and God can inhabit you, and you can become a God walking around this reality, looking at it as a God, right? And that's true of each and every one of us. So before you start saying like, oh, this guy's a narcissist, it's like, no, each and every one of us is like that. We are equal in that regard. We have that equality of validity. We have that equality of thought, right? And of course, as I'm talking about this, my little pug is losing his little mind. So 1 second, guys. Ugh. Milo, you're being very annoying. Ugh. Hello. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Yeah. Hello, my ragtime gal. Like, there are forces that exist within humanity that seem inscrutable. It's why the concept of being commodified is so insulting. It's why we find things like slavery to be so reprehensible, right? Because humanity has reached a point in its consciousness, in its awareness, where it can actually understand the meta sense of reality, right? We're not just a life form kind of going through reality in this kind of unaware sort of position, right? We exist in a way that's above that, and we can connect, or below that. I actually prefer to think about it below, but it's fine. And and so to me, it seems as though we exist within this energy, and this energy is constantly attempting to discover itself and articulate itself and manifest itself. And the only method that it can do that is by manifesting itself into its own creations, right? Because it's not like the force of creation has its own independent voice. I think that's the big thing to understand, is that the force of creation does not have its own independent voice. We are the voice, right? We are the voice, and there's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it. And maybe it is completely possible that some other reality somewhere, it has managed to manifest itself into that reality, and then it will pierce through our dimension. It'll pierce through our reality, and there'll be like this whole thing, right? But that's like fan fiction, more or less. Like, why are we constantly in this pursuit of peace? Why are we constantly in this pursuit of believing that we can achieve kind of a peaceful existence and kind of a peaceful parody, right? Like why does anybody even think that that's even on the table? Right? Why don't we all just stay in this kind of lower level monkey thought of like, they're brown, therefore they're bad, which definitely people get caught in, right? And I think it's because there are lots of people for which the creative energy and the creative force of reality is too powerful, and it just comes out. or they align themselves to it, right? And like the force of reality, and like to me, this is why all of this war and all of this kind of stuff, like I don't look at it in a grief sort of way. I'm not looking at it from a like, oh my god, the tragedy of humanity and all that kind of stuff. I look at it mainly as a waste of fucking time, right? It's completely beside the point. It's an utter waste of everybody's time, is really what it is. It's just a total waste of time that we need to get on with the process of manifesting our creator into this reality. That's the only thing that really matters, right? That's and finding a way to live at peace with one another so that we can get on with that very important work. And if you're wasting your time being like, trans people are scary, like as if your imagination should be the limiting factor for what the creator can manifest into reality, right? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Like, what a garbage way to think about the world. That your imagination is the limiting factor. Oh, okay. Real Warhammer 40k vibes. Yeah, the God Emperor, may he rule forever. Look, and I understand that I went just on a real big like theological rant there, like a theological perspective. But I think that that's all very. I think it's very secular. I think it's a very secular position. Like, all you have to do is ask the question, is the universe alive? Right? And then you can come to all of these thoughts and you can have all of these things and think about this and dwell on it and put it into your consciousness and chew on it from the secular position. You don't need to go use all this theological language, right? You don't need to do that. But what I find often happens is that secular-minded people refuse to ask the question or refuse to take the question seriously, right? Like, and I think it's a serious question. Is the universe alive? Does the universe have its own consciousness? Are we part of a grand structural system that is itself an entity, right? Instead of perceiving what's going on around us as like a dead, inert rock that we can just chew up for our own use. Like, I think it's an important question to ask because we don't really know anything about what's going on, right? What's this conversation happening? Depends what you would call life. Would you consider a microscopic cell that does not think, have a degree of awareness, and function on very basic things? Are viruses life? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Of course it is. Like, here, in terms of what you're getting into is the concept of equality, right? The concept of equality, and conservatives get caught in the mindset of the equality of, like, they'll say like a quality of outcome or a quality of competency, right? Or the equality of skills, right? They're constantly pointing out that, but there's differences. People are very tall, and some people are very strong, and some people have, obviously there's differences. There's unequal things all over the place, and that more or less intentionally misses the point, near as I can say it. Whenever you get these kind of conservative, arch-conservative minded people talking about equality, it's very clear that they're intentionally missing the point. We are not discussing an equality of someone who is very tall. We're not discussing an equality of outcome. We're not discussing an equality of competency. We're not discussing an equality of skill. That's not what's being discussed when we discuss equality. What we are discussing is an equality of validity. That's what we're discussing. That all life is equally valid and has its own equal validity. That we don't answer to anyone other than our creator ultimately. That everyone has this universal experience. You are spawned in randomly into the universe. Here you are. You didn't ask to be here. Here you are, right? You have a series of events occur, right, based on the random generation and the random events that are randomly assigned to you. You're just given a set of cards and said, here you go, off you go. you do your best, right? Whatever that means, and then you die. And that's the universal truth of existence. You're born, you exist, you die. And that's the equality of validity. And every experience that exists, whether it's a tiny little microbe or whether it's a super genius god alien, is equal in its validity. That its existence must exist and does exist within creation. And you don't actually have the right or the perspective or the position to judge another person's existence because you don't like it. They were created by a force that's a billion times more impressive and more interesting than you. And so your judgment of that other existence is meaningless. It matters exclusively to you. And it says a lot more about you than it does about the thing that you're judging. Right? And that's difficult for people to accept, I think. Because people like to define themselves with certain characteristics. So intelligence is a good one. I'm a very intelligent person. I think I'm a very intelligent person. I'm a very rational person. I think very intelligently and all that kind of stuff. And fundamentally what I'm telling you is that your existence is exactly as valid as your dog's. Tough shit. That's life, baby. That's life. That's fucking life. Your existence is exactly as valid as a bug that's walking around. That when you squish a little bug, well, its existence was just as valid as yours. And when the universe finally squishes you, like a little bug, right, the only difference was scale. You technically can't prove that I didn't ask to exist. I mean, that sort of depends on what your perception of you is in that conversation, isn't it? Like, you can't prove that there was a before, right? That whatever you were before you're spawn in, it's not what you are now, right? When I say you, I definitely mean whatever exists within the confines between the moment of creation and the moment of death, right? That's you. Okay? Anything before or after, I don't consider to be you. Maybe it is you in like a bigger meta sort of sense, but I don't have that perception, right? And nor will I ever have that perception. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not having that perception. That's completely fine. I don't have the perception of God. I don't have that perception. That's fine. But when I say these words, I mean, I know you're teasing me, buddy, but this is what happens when you tease me. When, from the moment of your birth to the moment of your death is you. Okay? And you, most certainly, did not ask to be here. Maybe there was some other force that was responsible for you being here, but you'll have to bring that up with them. Gavin Roy. Are we getting into does evolution exist? I mean, it's pretty clear that evolution is the going theory. Unlikely mention. Oh, good. I'm going to tease you more. Yeah, good. A couple of people in the chat have figured out not to do that because I will go down weird little rabbit holes and they'll be like, dude, I was joking. And I'll just be like, fuck you, fuck. Like, no, I mean, like, evolution is observable. Like, that's all. It's just observable. And it makes the most sense that things evolve over time, right? And what I like most about the theory of evolution is that it does sort of give lie, or it does show that the whole worship of The whole worship of the individual is sort of odd, right? Because like evolution basically says that that life forms respond to their environment, right? Whereas the ideology of the individual says that the individual is what's sacrosanct and the individual is what matters the most. It's like obviously false, right? Like your individual decisions are a variable, certainly, but only like as much as like a grain of sand's individual decisions are at the bottom of the ocean, right? Do you consider a virus a life? Obviously, a virus is a life. Like, obviously, viruses are alive, right? They're alive. They're definitely alive. They're a different type of life form, and we can have a conversation about sentience, right? Like, are they aware of their own existence, right? But like, they're certainly alive. Well, unlikely mention. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a channel idea and you want to do that, yeah, invite me on. I love talking about this kind of stuff. And the thing that kills me about the ongoing sort of religious conversation is that there aren't that many voices. Most of the voices in the conversation have a fundamentalist understanding of the subject, right? That they're deeply rooted in a text, and they don't want to leave that text in order to try to find a larger connection to a larger system or a larger system of thought. That when they actually go and reflect upon that text, they see that the text was talking about that the entire time, right? But they were so busy with their head down in the text that they couldn't look up or in, right? That the truth of reality exists within you, not with not much anywhere else. I came to the idea that evolution was a natural part of the universe's creation. In order for an observable universe to exist, it needs an observer. So evolution is a mandatory tool for the universe to be observed. The Mention says, I'm the exact opposite of fundamentalist. I literally helped found a fundamental church in my town and got excommunicated from it. I'm sorry that happened to you, but that's a funny story, dude. That's I can already tell that that's a hilarious story. I'm sure it wasn't hilarious to you as it was happening, but it sounds really funny. So I'm sorry that that happened to you, but the the what the fuck was I about to say? I was about to say something and it was going to blow you all away, and you were all going to be like, wow, this fundamentally changed my life. Oh well. Such is as it is. Oh yeah, the that's what I wanted to say is that like I think I already said it once before, but I think it is worth restating that like I, I think that the universe, what we are currently experiencing, is the universe attempting to discover itself, and it doesn't know how to do that. I think that that's like and that yeah, I might as well do the whole thing. Yeah, yeah. I love this thought. I love thinking about this. That if you take a look at what every single life form does the moment it spawns into reality, it's very clear that it's following one specific directive or one specific impulse, if you prefer, or answering a question, if you like. And that question is, what am I capable of? Right? That when a deer gets born into reality, the very first thing it does is hop up on its legs and start hopping around and start smelling things and checking things out and start doing what everybody else is doing. Right? It fundamentally pursues the line of what am I capable of. Insects do it. Right? When a bee comes into reality, it stretches out its wings, it flies, and it goes around and it looks at what all the other bees are doing, and it does what the bees are doing. Right? Oh, buddy, the spam. Oh, hey, we just have some weirdos in chat. That's fun. Guys. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Like, what are you fucking doing? So weird. So strange. The And so following that line of thought, right? Every life form that spawn when a human spawns in, they suck, right? They're really terrible, and so the first thing they do is they just like put their uh uh uh, uh they put their fingers in their mouth and they like look around at the shapes and like but they're constant a little human is constantly in this pursuit of what am I capable of. We like to say it's they're testing their boundaries is the phrase that we'll use a lot of time, but that's basically what they're doing. They're just seeing what they're capable of achieving and what they're capable of doing. And the and the and it just turns out that if you are a life form that comes into your own awareness or comes into a state of existence that springs out of one state to another, which even secular philosophers are like, yeah, why is there something rather than nothing? Well, it's just got to be that there was like this primary mover, that there was this like moment, uh, uh, and if you come into that state of reality with the ability to create all things that are possible to be created, then you just do, right? And you don't think about it, right? You're not sitting there crafting it. You know what I mean? Like you're not imagining it, perceiving it, and then generating it, and then building it the way that we do, right? That's what humans do. Humans imagine it, right? Alter it within the imagined space, and then manifest it into reality. That's what humans do. But if you are the creative force that underpins all reality, and you are capable of creating all things that are logically capable of being created, then you just do it, right? You just go, and there it is. And it's only after all of that gets created that you can go through your own experience and experience your creation, and go through creation and learn about concepts like justice and truth, learn about things like fear and hatred, learn about love, learn about these things, right? And it's only through the process of experiencing your own creation that sprung forth from you that you can even learn about these concepts in the first place. And so people who are walking around like trying to say that like, well, evil, why would God allow evil to exist? It's like, it's because he's just as confused as you are, because he's just here and he's just trying to experience it. It's just trying to experience it. God doesn't have a gender, right? That's an old school fundamentalist Christian thing. It's just experiencing reality, right? It's experiencing itself, and the only way that it can experience itself is through you, right? And moreover, it doesn't have the ability to erase parts of itself, right? It can't do that. That's not logically cohesive. It doesn't make sense, right? It can't just delete a section of its own memory. It doesn't work. Mention says, I don't see the universe as able to understand itself. I have more a creation as a natural effect of absolute nothingness. A Taoist take on why the universe exists. See, the why does evil exist is answered by me with because free will exists, and free will can't exist without a choice. I don't necessarily buy into this idea of free will. Like I don't really buy into that idea. Like I think that free will is something of an illusion that we like how can a life form have free will within the confines, not in confines, but within the expanse of the infinite? There's no such thing as free will within the expanse of the infinite. Like as soon as you have kind of a broader understanding and a wider understanding of what the phrase infinite means, uh, uh, then the concept of free will breaks apart. And I find that when people start having discussions about free will, it's just so that they can kind of find meaning in their own existence and get kind of self-congratulatory about it. Like it's always interesting that the wealthier you are, the more important this concept of free will seems to be, so that you can kind of pat yourself on your back and say my decisions are the reason why I'm here, right? As opposed to what's obviously the truth, which is that you're here because it's inevitable, right? It's an inevitability that someone would be in this position. It just so happens to be you, right? that once you understand the concept of the infinite, and once you understand the concept of like infinite realities and infinite dimensions and infinite creation and infinite, right? Like infinite amounts of energy and space and time and length and whatever measurement you want to use, infinity, right? That that uh, uh, that you aren't in the position you're in because of a decision you made. You're in the position that you're in because it's inevitable, and there is an inevitability to it. And moreover, there is a reality with where you made the alternative decision, and you went down the other path. That every like once you can grasp, like, to try and say it in the simplest possible way as I perceive it, right? Once you grasp onto the idea that every single choice or every single discrepancy that exists within reality generates a new reality within the infinite, and that exists for everything. Once you understand that, so like there is an alternative reality that branches off from this point because I say a different number other than the number 2. How many numbers are there? Well, that's how many branches that just created. Right? Like you can have these deviations and you can have all of this, like, and there are deviations within deviations within deviations, and some of them are senseless. And this is why it leaves people baffled when senseless things happen, and we're all just kind of left in this kind of like, oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Well, and once you sort of grab hold of this concept of like the infinite and what that actually means, then the concept of free will loses a lot of forward momentum, right? It loses a lot of forward momentum for me. That most people are trusting their instincts and trusting the environment around them and the information that they're getting from the environment around them to make choices, right? And people post-rationalize their choices, right? That seems to me how it actually works. The issue I find in rejecting free will out of hand is that it leads to a super deterministic slave mentality. Nothing can change, so action is useless. I mean, unfortunately, excuse me, given the nature of the thing that I'm talking about, I do think that is an inevitability. That there is a version of John that exists that is silently going around and doing his work. That exists within the confines of all reality. That exists. And it must. It's an inevitability. There's a version of John that simply just goes about the day and doesn't talk about this stuff, certainly doesn't have a YouTube channel, just sort of sweeps the floor, right? Does the work that he does, maybe cries in his cups about it or whatever, right? Tries to be a good friend, tries to get out there. That exists, right? This is where now, there's definitely a multidimensional thing going on. Like no, I will never step down from that. That is for sure happening. If I can imagine it, creation can imagine it. For sure. For sure. Like, no, for sure. Like the whole phrasing of like uni means one, verse is word, that this is one word spoken from the mouth of God, right? Like it's like, and if you actually like if you want to know the most horrifying part about the way that I think about all of this, the most horrifying part of the way that I actually think about all of this is that hell definitely exists, and it exists because it can. And moreover, we can create it. That there are realities that we are in a constant perpetual state of manifestation. We're constantly manifesting reality around us collectively together all at once. And we can manifest hell. For sure we can. Hell definitely exists. 100% it exists. Right? You can look at the Gaza Strip to see a little flicker of it. to see the potential there, right? If you can imagine it, it definitely exists. If it exists within the confines of your imagination, it exists within the imagination of creation, certainly. Certainly, right? You are not more creative or imaginative than creation itself. And so that's the darkest part about the way I think about the universe and the world and the reality around us, is that there are hell dimensions, without a doubt. And if we're not careful, we can manifest it. I don't believe hell exists beyond your perception of it. Well, I mean, your perception is always going to be limited. Like, my individual perception is limited, but my perception is not the defining characteristic of reality. Can we manifest the universe in which I didn't lose a sock when doing laundry? Nope, tough shit. It's just what I was talking about, Generation Y me. Like, you are not the determining character. That's a big problem that I have with modern day spiritualists. I see a lot of these guys walking around, and they talk about this modern day spirituality and all this. There's this one bald guy that walks around. He talks like this, and he answers questions. He like interrupts people, right? And he's very forceful. And some of the stuff that he says, I'm like, yeah, I think that you've got a piece of it. Like, I think that he's onto something, but I also think that he's highly individualistic in the way that he views things. And that I think that he thinks, like, he sort of views his spiritual journey as if he is a interdimensional traveler, that he can just step, and he says this isn't my theory. There are people out there that literally talk about this idea that, oh, you can just step between realities, right? That you aren't stuck in a reality, that you can step between realities. And it's like, that's bullshit. People have shit that fucking happens to them. And if the universe wants to take its finger and take its thumb and go, then it will, right? And it doesn't matter how connected you are. It doesn't matter how nice you are. If the universe wants to go to you, it will. Tough. Like, tough shit. Too bad. And so this sort of individualist mindset, this idea that says the determining characteristic of what happens in reality is your perception of it, I fundamentally reject that, because if the universe wants to get you, it will, and there's fucking nothing you can do about it. It's not fair. There's no justice there. Like, there's nothing to that. But tough shit. Like, one of my favorite book of the Bible is Ecclesiastes, but my second favorite book of the Bible is Job, the book of Job. And we all know the story of Job, right? The devil makes a deal with God, a bet with God, that Job, who is like living a good life, only believes in God and only celebrates God because he is living a good life. And the devil says, if I turned his life into hell, then he would curse your name and renounce you. And God says, I'll take that bet. And so he lets the devil basically burn down Job's life. Literally, I think the worst part about it is that at one point Job is covered in boils, even on the soles of his feet. The Bible is very explicit about that. Even on the soles of his feet. So it's very obvious that there's no reprieve. He will always be sitting on or interacting in some way with a fucking boil on his flesh. It's brutal. It's brutal to think about. And his friends come, and there are big conversations, obviously a big philosophical conversation about the philosophies that were existing in the day. Jordan Peterson should read the Book of Job. He says a lot of this dumb shit that the Book of Job counteracts pretty clearly. But there is also a lot of unclarity stuff because we don't understand what's going on. Blah, 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 blah. So you get to the end of the Book of Job, right? And Job and God has won the bet. Job never repudiated God. Job still believes in his creator, still is on board with creation, right? There's a lot of faith there. But then there's a final conversation, and this is my favorite part of the whole book. There's a final conversation between Job and God, where Job basically says, this really sucked. This was lame. Why did you do this to me? This is awful. And God's response was, who the fuck are you? You're just a little tiny bug. Where were you when I was creating mountains and dragons and shit? You're just a little nothing, and I could squish you at a moment notice. You should just be grateful you're alive. Shut up. And Job goes, yeah, I'm okay. And that's it. Like that's always been my perception of it. There's that's always been my perception of our relationship with our creator, which is that if if our creator wants to just go and end you, it will. There's nothing you can do about it. Tough shit. So this concept that the center of power, the center of what's going on exists exclusively within yourself. Like certainly there is a good deal of power within an individual, but it's only because of the connection you have to your creator and not anything else. Not even close. Not for no other reason. Uh, uh, anyway, also, nothing can change is fundamentally untrue. The only thing that doesn't change is the fact that everything changes. No, no, I'm not saying that nothing can change. I, in fact, would make the argument that change is inevitable. That there, like, again, that we are in, like, if we exist within the infinite, then there is infinite possibility before us, right? That what is before us is infinite in its possibility and its potential. That it's rooted within what preceded it, and we have to understand the history of it. This is where historical materialism comes in, right? To understand what happened beforehand is to understand what's going to happen afterwards. And if we have a hope of altering the course of what's going to happen before us, then we have to understand what's happening, or else we get caught in a repetition, a loop, right? And which I think we're seeing that cultural feedback loop. Certainly, we're definitely seeing a cultural feedback loop, and we can see feedback loops happening in regards to like World War II. Well, are we going to do World War II again? Are we going to get caught in a loop and go through that loop again, and then just keep going through that loop? Is that going to keep happening? And so and if we have a hope of breaking out of that, out of these feedback loops and out of this kind of stuff, then it is in the acknowledgement that that exists and in the acknowledgement that there are alternative paths that we can take, but we have to take them collectively. A single individual can't just go off on the corner and do that. They can try, like, and maybe they can go to the mountaintop and live on the mountaintop as like a hermit or whatever, right? But like, if an entire culture and if an entire society is to go down a different path, it has to be collectively. And so change is inevitable. It's as inevitable as anything. Like it's not. I'm not discussing stagnation. Like it seems to me like there is inevitable possibility before us, and that there's a great deal of hopefulness within the way that I think about the world. I don't think that we are in this like. I actually had this great picture that was about hope, and I think I got rid of it because at the moment I was like, nobody's going to care about that, and I won't be able to reference it. And now here I am. I might as well put this article up. Why not? Yeah. Speaking of. Mikhail, the quantum suicide experiment is an interesting challenge to many worlds theory. If one of your other selves in another universe dies, does its consciousness jump to yours? If it doesn't, then it's a different self than you are, and you do not have other selves in other universes. If it does, then what happens when all of your selves died and the last one dies? Then you do not exist in other universes. I'm paraphrasing. I must have gotten the experiment a little wrong. Yeah, I I think that eventually all of this conversation does hit a bit of a wall. Not just a language wall, but also an evidentiary wall and a wall of human perception. That like we can exist within an imagination space with a lot of this stuff, but eventually we do just like we're not good enough. That's the bottom line. That humanity is not good enough. That we can have like a really interesting conversation in the abstract space. It's one of the superpowers of humanity. Humanity has three superpowers, right? The ability to enter the abstract space is a big one, but other creatures might have that. It's the combination of the three superpowers that gives us a special position. The ability to enter the abstract space, the ability to articulate from the abstract space, and then the ability to manifest from the abstract space. Those three abilities make us superhuman, or super, not superhuman, but super, like, super, in terms of what life is capable of. Like, maybe dolphins are capable of entering an abstract space. And maybe they're even capable of articulating that abstract space to one another, but they can't manifest it. They don't have graspers. They don't have any way to make tools and shit, right? So they're kind of stuck in this space where they're like communicating about cool ideas, but they can't really do anything about it, right? Like maybe your dog, or maybe like an ape. Maybe an ape is having really interesting, cool conversations, or cool thoughts about the nature of reality and existing within the abstract space, but it doesn't have an articulator. It doesn't have a shared language with the creatures around it, so it doesn't really have a way to articulate those thoughts, right? So it's kind of just stuck with its own ideas. Like, for all we know, there's an Albert Einstein orangutan, right? It just doesn't have a shared language and a shared communications tool, so it has no way to articulate from the abstract space, right? Let alone manifest. And you think about something like and then you also have creatures that like have graspers and could manifest from the abstract space, but again don't have the ability to articulate, and so they don't have the collaborative force or the natural creation of collective language, right? Like, humanity is really cool for that reason. That those three things are what has really made humanity step ahead. Being able to imagine something in an abstract space, articulate it to one another, to be able to build upon things within the abstract space, make plans within the abstract space, and then manifest it from the abstract into the real. It's an incredible set of skills that we have. And we've definitely built something really cool because, and I think the biggest thing that the foundation of all of it is language. It's the shared language, right? That you have to build a shared language, that it starts small and then very steadily it builds over time. Like, if you were to think about it about a video game, right? Like, every video game that's about like humans when they started out, like a civilization kind of game, right? Where you're like a nomadic tribe, they take for granted your language. They take for granted that you have a shared language. Whereas if I was to build one of these style games, I would be like, you have 3 words. And then you get a 4th word, and then you get a 5th word, and you build on it, and you build the language, and you build the language, and the more you build the language, the more complex and interesting your ideas can become. Which is why I think like things like reading and things like building your vocabulary is so important, because the broader and wider your vocabulary, and the stronger your imagination, then the more skillful you are at entering the abstract space and then articulating from the abstract space. And if you never do that, then you can have cool ideas, but you'll never be able to talk about them. So I think that what we're doing in our education system, by removing cursive, right, by killing imaginative pursuits, by making things very rudimentary, very like worker focused, very be a cog in a machine, is like the death of humanity. It's literally taking the skill set that made humanity great and powerful and capable in the world, and reducing it, like, and putting a little hub on it and saying nope, putting a cap on it and saying nope, you can't do that anymore, right? You want to enter the abstract space, you want to do imaginative pursuits, what a loser, get a real job, right? You want to articulate things from the abstract space, you want to do music and art and play, that's kind of, oh wow, what a loser, go get a real job, right? Go learn how to weld, right? Yeah, okay. It's like the end of humanity. It's the end of our ability to be humans. Watson, good to see you. The reason we are seeing the horrors of the 20th century coming back is because the essential ideological questions of the 20th century were never dealt with. Yeah. And and I'm not shitting on people who can weld. That's not what I'm saying. But like, I think that there are like, one would assume that the most powerful person would be a person who could weld while also being able to enter this abstract space and also be able to articulate from that abstract space. That's what I'm saying. That there's like there's components to it, right? and and we spend all of our time like, oh, you got to pay rent. Make sure all the money you make, all the labor that you put into the society has to go into rent. Cool. What a great way to build a successful society, for sure. For sure. Anyway, that was a big, long religious diatribe. For those of you who made it through, congratulations, you did it. Right? Yeah, you mean like weld and understand dialectical materialism? You got it, Watson. You got it. You're on a journey. You're on a path. You're becoming superhuman. It's fucking right. It's fucking right. I do think that's what makes dialectical materialism fascinating to me, because I come from a very like spiritual and abstract background, right? The arts is where I really come from. And dialectical materialism was like the first time that I literally encountered any way of thinking about the world that was straight up just like an effective way to actually analyze and articulate what's going on in reality. Like that's interesting, right? That's interesting. A manifestation of the real, but through a discussion of the real. That's really fascinating. A complete removal of abstract thought from a conversation about reality that requires a great deal of abstract thought, right? Like it's really really fascinating. It's really really interesting, and it does require like a you have to put aside, you have to be able to humble yourself to evidence. I think that's really what it comes down to. Did you see recently the Pope and people of faith said the people of faith and Marxists have more in common than they think and should work together? Yeah. That very recently I have said that this is the reason why religion is so important, right? Because you need a bottom to what is like acceptable, right? Hey, the man in the funny hat is talking this way, right? And then you look at your world leaders and you're like, oh, these guys are less credible than the man in the funny hat. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, like if you're living with like a man in a funny hat kind of moment, like I don't really care that much about the papacy. Straight up. Like I don't actually think the Pope has credibility. The only credibility that the Pope actually has is that a lot of people listen to the Pope. That the credibility of the office has been bestowed by those who give it credibility. But I don't think the Catholic Church or the papacy has credibility. Like if all of a sudden everybody went, wait, hold on, what a minute, fuck this, and like went into the papacy and took all the shit, right? Expropriated everything and took all of the wealth and took all of the rooms and housed the homeless inside of the Pope house or whatever, and basically just said, fuck all this, get all this art out of here, right? Or just like opened it up to like be straight up literally like a public affair and like aired out the closets and aired everything out, right? I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't be sitting here being like, oh no, the Pope. I don't give a fuck about the Pope, right? But it is of note simply because he has like a kind of celebrity status, right? Like everybody knows about the Pope. It's like the Pope has credibility because he's been here for a while, that kind of thing. Yeah, considering the crimes of the Roman Catholic Church throughout history, I don't take it seriously either. Yeah. Well, like, if you're not breaking with the Catholic Church over like literal pedophile cult, yeah, I don't know what it's going to take for you. Like if you're genuinely sitting there being like, yeah, I'm a Catholic. Like, sorry, Catholics. If you're sitting there going like, yeah, I'm a Catholic, like, maybe don't. Maybe don't be a Catholic. Maybe find another way to articulate the kind of internal spiritual self, right? Because the Catholic Church is really fucking creepy. really, really fucking creepy, right? Like I feel like mass abandonment would be appropriate. Like finding out that like your archbishop is Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, maybe I'm not going to donate to that organization anymore. Maybe when they send the plate around, I'm not going to put any money into that plate. Maybe I'm just not going to go to that mass anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I think that I do draw the line at like pedophile cult. And I feel like the South Park guys really just nailed the shit out of these out of the Pope, out of the papacy. We're like the whoops. They nailed the shit out of it. Where like literally every single time they get the Catholic Church involved, there's always like a priest that has like a little boy on a leash. Like they do it all the time. It's a constant thing. It's hilarious. Faith is not rational. Yeah, it's not irrational, but it's not rational. That's why I tend to I haven't even talked about the chakras. I haven't even discussed that at all. And here's that chakra poster right behind me. Because I feel like we do need a method. We need a dialectical materialism to analyze that which is non-rational, right? And humanity and humans are non-rational. We are highly emotional, and we are mainly emotionally driven. That we post-rationalize most of the time, and it's very, very, very rare that there is a person who pre-rationalizes and makes real decisions that are rooted exclusively in a rational manner beforehand. Like most people are making decisions, quote unquote, from their gut, right? Watson writes, I was told recently by a Christofash I work with that there's no such thing as class. I mean, a Christofash would say that. Just evil people and central bank issues. Also an anti-vax Holocaust denier. Dude, he's like checking all the boxes. Probably denies climate change too, right? Like, but like that's very useful, right, for the ruling class. The reason why communism is so dangerous is simply because it acknowledges the existence of class. That's it. That its acknowledgement of that the true wedge that exists in the society is between those with assets and those without is the most dangerous thing. That you cannot have the people even aware that such a class exists, even as they show it to you all the time. What is the investor class? Like they'll literally say like investor, like shareholder, like, and you're like, okay, that's not you. Right? Like, don't you think that's a class? And then people will say really dumb things like, well, I own a couple of shares. That makes me part of the shareholder class. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. Ile writes, Soviet joke, the train heading to communism has stopped. Stalin, shoot the driver. Khrushchev, rehabilitate the driver. Lenin, idiots. Yes, you've lost all your steam. Brezhnev, let's close the curtains and look like we're driving. Yeah, lasers started the forest fire this summer sent by the WEF. I love it, man. I you know what I love about these conspiracy theory guys? Like I really do, is that they're like so wound up in this idea that there's like this secret behind the thing that's happening when like what's happening is happening right in front of them. Like literally read the Financial Times. Like the Financial Times is laying it all out. Like it's like there is a place where the capitalists have gone. Well, we have to actually talk about what's actually happening. It can't all be propaganda, right? It can't all just be nonsense bullshit that we're disseminating into the public to make them like we actually do need to talk to one another in a way so that we can actually organize a little bit, right? So that we understand what's actually happening. We at least need a place where capitalists can go to declare what they are doing, right? So that we all can look at that capitalist and go, okay, that's what they're doing. So that means that I can do this, right? And that's the Financial Times. It's the business press, right? And it's all right there. They use like an obscuring kind of a language, right? That I think most people, it takes them a little while to acclimatize and penetrate, right? Like there's a layer to it. Like they won't just say slaves, right? Like they'll say something like more obscure. Like they won't just say give money to rich people. They'll say quantitative easing or something, right? Like they're always couching the language in some kind of obscurism. Which is essentially what the purpose of the economics departments seem to be, to create new ways to bamboozle the public into not realizing that we're just giving money to rich people. Like that's what's happening. We're just giving money to rich people, and we don't want you to know about it. But it's all in the business press, but instead of just looking at the business press and looking what the capitalists say and do, right? There's this obscuring, like it's all this an Illuminati behind the scenes, very, oh, well, what's going on? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like sure, there's like an Illuminati insofar as like rich people get together and discuss what should be done, right? But that's not like a scandal. Like, I remember when I was a kid, it was like Alex Jones exposing Bilderberg, and everybody was like, whoa, Bilderberg, oh my God, and the WEF. And I'm just like, now that I'm older, I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on, time out. Obviously, they do this. Like, what are you talking about? If I had $1 billion, I would for sure want a regular meeting with other people who had $1 billion so that we could discuss how to not step on each other's dicks. That's really like it. The only reason I would want to go to any of these meetings or send a delegation to any of these meetings was just to be like, we're going to do this. Is that going to fuck with any of you guys? No? Great. Oh, is it going to fuck with you? Okay, I don't want to. Just so you know, I don't want to. So how do I resolve that? Okay, we can do this. Great. Like, that would be the only reason that I would ever go to any of these meetings, just to be sure that I'm not creating enemies accidentally with other fucking billionaires. That we're all just, like, doing what the ruling class has always done, carving out our section of the space that we get to be the ruler of. Yeah, Davos is another good one. Yeah, the one I like is tax cuts for the job creators. Yeah, dude. Christofascism is really useful for the ruling class, man. It's really, really useful for the ruling class. Especially when evil gets defined as poor people, right? If you're poor, you're evil. The whole prosperity gospel, right? The prosperity gospel has been very useful to the ruling class. Yeah, if you don't have any money, it's because God has cursed you and you're a bad person. What a great way to create, like, if the society actually believes that, right? Then it's the perfect tool for the capitalist class to inflict upon the poor, right? Like, it's just so frustrating that there's this so very obviously fake bullshit narrative that people get caught in. I shouldn't say that they get caught in it, because it's very intentionally set before us. The bullshit narratives that are put in front of us are done so on purpose, and start when you're very, very young, when you're basically intellectually defenseless. And the goal of the capitalist class, very obviously, is to create a reality in which these truths, or these quote unquote facts, are simply assumed. It's just built into the fabric of your reality, that you just live in kind of a capitalist realist space. And there's no concept that there is alternative worldviews in the first place. That this is just natural human nature, right? And this is how you end up with some of these big, large, persistent lies taking hold, right? Like the Holodomor, right? Like the Soviets killed 500 billion people with a big giant spoon, right? And we just believe it because we've just been always told that, and we've never thought to question it. And there's a lot of that kind of stuff that exists in our lives where it just exists around us and we've never thought to question it. And even the thought of questioning it, even the thought of actually saying, even the thought of having doubt, right, is itself considered to be wrong. Having doubt is itself incorrect. So you can never actually genuinely challenge your worldview, because if you have doubt, then you're a weak person, right? That's part of the whole Christo-fascist worldview, is that you believe this, and if you doubt it, then that makes you weaker, and you're a less, and there's important people in your lives, your mentors, your parents, who talk to you this way. So it's very pernicious, and it's very sinister. It's a very sinister way of existing in the world. Well, if you have the cloak of righteousness to cover your odious social views, Christo-fascism is your huckleberry. Yeah, like this is why fascism is fascism obviously, but this is why fundamentalism is so dangerous, right? And which is why I think it's important that you do have voices like Christopher Hitchens speaking out against fundamentalism, right? Because fundamentalism is this sort of idea that your worldview can never be challenged. That my worldview is correct and it's right, and not only is it right, it is righteous, and it is true to the highest order. And even the idea that you would think that it could be challenged is laughable. And that's what makes it really quite dangerous. Right? That's what makes it really, really, really quite dangerous. I do want to say this, right? A third of UK teenagers believe climate change is exaggerated, a report shows. So what that tells me is that a third of UK teenagers do not have a formal education. Like, that's really it. Like, if I really, like, you're talking to somebody who actually thinks, oh yeah, Chris Hedges doesn't make it in the mainstream zeitgeist, and there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that. Chris Hedges is a very prescient voice. I'm not going to be at all blown away if by the time I turn 80, I bet you dollars to donuts that 40 years from now, there's going to be a huge Chris Hedges resurgence. That Chris Hedges is such a prescient, powerful, well-articulated speaker with such a clear vision of what is happening in the society, that I don't think they can ever destroy him. I think that eventually the people who are most dedicated to silencing and censoring and making Chris Hedges a fringe voice in the conversation, they eventually will die, and so will Chris Hedges. That they will all die, and that's when Chris Hedges will resurge, because the people he was speaking out against are no longer alive. But the real power that he will reveal in that resurgence is that the issue is a system, and the system will remain in place, and the system will still be there, and people will still be struggling against the system of whatever capital has formed into. And he will resonate very deeply, I think. And people will, like, they'll literally be like 20-year-old kids being like, whoa, this guy was saying this like 60 years ago, 40 years ago. Like, that's crazy. right? And I think it's going to resonate in big, big, powerful ways. I don't think Chris Hedges will ever go away. Like he's going to be like Michael Parenti. Like Michael Parenti was like that. Like I don't think that Michael Parenti would have ever predicted his resurgence. Michael Parenti is having a big resurgence right now. Yellow Parenti is a meme, right? He did that speech in like the 60s or the 70s, right? And he's having like a big resurgence right now, literally like 50 years later. It's completely, who could have ever predicted it? Who could have ever seen that happening, right? But now Yellow Parenti is like, if somebody says to me like, I'm trying to learn more about this, where should I start? Yellow Parenti. That's my go-to for sure. Yellow Parenti. You want to find that lecture, Yellow Parenti, all the way. All I would say is that if this system is still here, unfortunately, you won't see 80. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know, Watson. I have a glimmering suspicion. I don't think the universe is going to be so kind as to let me kick off early. Although it is possible that I'll just go out like my grandpa with some kind of cancer. Go out in my late 60s. No, I think that given my position in the Imperial Core and the center of the Imperial Core, I'm in the capital of Canada, essentially the commercial capital of Canada, the largest thing. But some crazy shit could happen. It'll be you and Keith Richards left to repopulate the planet. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, who's to say where it's all going to go? I mean, the climate change question, right? Like, this could really be like, I'm going to discuss a Stephen King novel by the name of Under the Dome, and I am going to spoil some things about it. So if you don't want me to spoil that particular story, I don't know, stop listening. But I'm definitely going to do it because it perfectly articulates something that I feel is going to happen to humanity in a big way. And Stephen King is real good about this. He's an excellent storyteller, and one of the things that he always does is he plants little seeds at the start of a story, and he'll constantly go back to that story, but that story is always like a D story. It's not even a B or a C. It's literally a D story. The Stand was like this. Actually. The Stand is great to talk about because The Stand's been out forever, so fucking if I'm spoiling The Stand, tough shit. There's that character who's like just this weird, creepy weirdo who's going around, scuttling around. He's a scavenger. He's having conversations with the devil, but he's like a little imp character, right? And he ends up carting around a nuclear bomb, right, through the wilderness, and then right at the crucial key moment of everything, he ends up in the very center of the thing and sets the nuke off. And so it's like this really sideways, yeah, King's very unfortunate when it comes to Ukraine for sure. His conversations about the founding fathers is also very. I have a very like, oh, okay, Stephen, whatever you say, go write another story, okay, bud. Yeah, JFK, really interesting figure. And I feel like this idea of there being like a D-list story, something that's just like not really discussed or not really in the narrative in big serious ways, and then suddenly comes to the very center and is the most important thing. That's gonna happen to humanity. That all of the sudden most people are bumping around in their life. Climate change is that D-list, right? That most people don't really think about it, honestly. Like they it's something that kind of keeps popping up in their life, but it doesn't really affect their decision making, right? They don't make decisions about climate change. They just kind of go about their normal life, and there's this thing. Well, climate change is going to pop right up in big, big ways, and it's going to become the A story. And suddenly people are going to have to make big decisions about what's going on right in front of them because of climate change. Right? My life for you, the trash can man. Yeah. And like, we don't, I think the thing that makes it real scary is that we know something is going to happen, but we don't really know what. And I try to be honest about what I think is possible and what I think is realistic. And I'm going to get into that, but what's possible and realistic right now is that I have to use the bathroom. So give me a moment. Ugh. Like, is it possible that there's just going to be an exponential, accelerated growth moment? You know what I mean? Where the line just goes. That to me is the thing that, like, that's the center of my fear about climate change. That's the center of what I think about. That I think that most people, when they think about climate change and when they think about this particular issue, it's very linear. There's a very line going up in that degree right there, where it's just line goes up like that, more or less. That's the trajectory, right? Whereas at the center of my fear about that issue is that it's not going to be a line that steadily goes up like that. Which is what I think most people who are like, well, just adapt to the changes. That's how they kind of think about it. They're like, oh, sure, it'll be like a step up and then we'll adapt, and then a step up and we'll adapt, and step up and we'll adapt. We can just build reefs and we'll just build barriers and we'll just build things around, right? We'll just do different stuff. Right? But I'm very suspicious of this because I worry that what's actually going to happen is that it's going to be like that, and then it's just going to take right off. And the line is just going to go straight up. And it's going to go straight up at such a pace that the idea of us adapting to it will be a joke. Be like adapting to a nuclear explosion, right? Like you're just not going to adapt to that. And that to me is the center of my fear about all of this, that it's perfectly possible. I think it's perfectly possible that this thing spirals right out of control, that the concept that we're going to be able to pull back from it is just gone. And that what comes afterwards, the reality that gets created from such an event or such a situation, like, might not be livable. Like, that's Like, that's a reality, I think. It's something that I hope doesn't occur. That my pitch to the universe is very much, because I find myself in like a type of prayer, I guess, if you like to call it that. My pitch to the universe is more or less the same pitch of Moses on top of Mount Sinai when he talked to God. A story I love. That Moses brings the Israelites out of Egypt to Mount Sinai, and Moses leaves the Israelites at the base of Mount Sinai, and he ascends the mountain in order to go talk to God, where he gets the 10 Commandments. And as he is up there, the Israelites build the golden calf. I'm sure you've heard of the story of the golden calf, where they build a golden idol and they begin to worship it instead of God, right? And as the story goes, God loses his temper quite a lot and then says, I'm going to kill these Israelites. I'm going to absolutely destroy these fucking Israelites. And Moses says, well, you can't do that, God. Think about how everyone will make fun of you. Think about what the people will say. Oh, he brought the Jews out of Egypt just to kill them in the desert. So you can't do that. And God says, you're right, Moses. You're right. It's one of the few times in the Bible where God relents to a mortal. And then God gives Moses the task of like going through and fucking shit up, and Moses does. And I feel like my pitch is very much that just killing humanity right now doesn't make any fucking sense. It seems like a really dumb thing to do. You like, look at all the time it's taken to get here. Look how difficult it's been. Look how much energy it's taken. Look at the journey of it. Right? And yeah, we're fucking up and we're making mistakes, but like, so? What, you expected more? We're barely sentient. Like, we're literally a baby with a lighter. What did you think was going to happen? And so I hope the wholesale destruction of the species is off the table. But we're gonna get fucked up. I think that that's pretty obvious. I just don't really know what it's gonna look like. You know? That's the part about it. Like, the water level is gonna come up. That's for sure gonna happen. I think at this point that is actually unavoidable. And in many ways, I think that's actually going to be a little bit hilarious. Like, I think it's going to be kind of funny to watch the water levels come up. And to see everybody panicking about the water levels coming up. And seeing all of the people bitch about the water levels coming up. Like, the New York subway system is finished. Like, they're not going to be able to use the New York subway system. That's for sure not going to be usable. Right? It's going to be flooded. Like, they're not going to be able to do anything about that. People are like, oh, well, they'll just adapt to it and they'll just pump it out. And they'll just... No, I just don't think you're respecting that it's the entire water table. All the water coming up. Right? Like, it's not even just like a river or a lake. Right? It's not like a big giant body of water. It's the entire water table coming up. And I am not particularly confident, certainly in our ability here in the West, of organizing a solution expediently to that problem. I'm not confident that we're going to do that with any competency or capability, right? And certainly, like, if they are scrambling around for the New York subway system, there's other things that are just going to get completely jacked up. Like fucking Miami is screwed, eh? Like Florida is screwed. Louisiana is screwed. I'll be curious to see what China does. So much of China is going to go underwater. So much of China is on this low lying water, like right on the coast. Hundreds of millions of people live in these really, really low lying areas, and the water's going to come up. And the hope is that it comes up in this kind of like slow trickle. That's kind of the hope, that it comes up in this slow trickle. But it could definitely come up like 10 feet in a week. It could do that. Why can't it? All we need is one particularly hot flashing moment. And this ice that's in Antarctica melts and the water comes up. But if you look at any of the maps, like just to take a step down from like the worst case scenario, like the panicking kind of thing, like if you take a look at the water table comes up, even if you go up like 100 meters, it doesn't wipe out all the land. Not even close, in fact. So from the water coming up, oh, okay, it's not going to turn into water world, right? Like that's probably not on the table. Doesn't seem like that's within the realm of likely things that can happen. But then I think about the wildfires. I think about, oh, it's the heat that's going up. And we're all pretending like the heat is going to go up in this steady kind of incremental way. That it's just going to like steadily, incrementally encroach up to, oh, well, it's at 1.5 now. And then, in a couple of years, it'll be 1.6. And then a couple of years, it'll be 1.7. And then like maybe in 2-3 decades, it'll be 2 degrees. Right? There's just no reason why it couldn't just go like 6 degrees. That there's just like this feedback loop that just goes and takes right off. Right? And we don't know where those lines are. And we don't even know if we've crossed anything. Like the smartest people in the room are off by their measurements. Like this article itself, the island is shedding 20% more than previously estimated. All of these estimates that they keep coming out, the thing that they keep saying over and over and over again is that, yeah, our estimates were pretty conservative. And we're seeing that what's actually happening is happening at the timetable is more accelerated than we had put out there. We were being conservative with our estimates. How conservative? And so the smartest people in the room don't really seem to know what's going to happen. And they don't seem to want to articulate specifics about what's actually going to happen. They always end up being fairly vague. Right? Extreme weather patterns is a phrase that gets used a lot. But like, what are we actually going to see? And I think it's important. I know it's important for me, for my own sanity and my own ability to continue forward in reality, to kind of brace for impact on this one. I have no intention of being sidelined by any of this. I have no intention of opening up the newspaper and being shocked. Right? I would prefer to get myself into a position where I am watching other people be shocked. And saying, yeah, this is what we've been talking about. Like, my goal is to more or less be calm when all of this is happening. And a big reason why I think that that's important, why I think it's important to be calm, is that we know that powerful people are going to do fucky things over this period of time. That is for sure going to happen. Because you can't let a good crisis go to waste. And this is going to be a series of perpetual crises. People are going to be panicking. People are going to be freaking out. It is going to be a mass hysteria. That is absolutely, certainly the case. And I have every intention of not getting caught up in that hysteria. That is my goal. That if I can achieve that, if as the hysteria is happening, I can press record and talk about what is happening outside of the hysteria, then I'll consider my preparations a success. And so that's, I think, why I talk about what's coming. So there'll be no surprises. That I will have successfully distilled from myself, and hopefully some of my regular listeners, even the sense of sadness and grief. Even the sense of facing the grim reality with a sense of loathing or depression. That as it's unfolding in front of us, we will all be here together with a sense of acceptance and a sense of calm. And a sense of solidarity. To help each other get through it. To the best that we can. I don't want to be a person that post-rationalizes what's going to come. I don't want to be a person who doesn't know what's going on. And I think there's going to be a lot of that happening. The COVID period really taught us, more than anything, that there's a great deal of mistrust in the system, and there's a great deal of authoritarianism in the system. And that it's just bubbling right under the surface. And that things can go sideways pretty fast. And I think that there are issues within our society that once they begin to interact with climate change, they're going to get real fucky real fast. Huh. This got really contemplative right here in this moment. I got to tell you. We got talking about religion and that got me thinking about things in a more meta sort of a sense. In a larger sort of sense and then thinking about it in my own life. Things are going to be really wild over these next 10 years, I think. It's very difficult for me to believe that we don't go through like a fairly major shift. I, I, I was about to say the word conflict, but I feel like our whole life has been a conflict of one sort or another. But this time it feels different. This time it does, it feels different. That it's not just America invading small countries. It's not just like a financial collapse. It's not just a little bit of a dislocation. It's not a hiccup in the market. It feels to me like what is going to come is going to completely discredit in the entire global population all at once all of the systems that have been in place that led to this moment. That something will happen. Some event will occur. And enough of the denialism will have gone away. And enough of the people who are really clinging on to it will have died. And enough of that will have shifted underneath everything. That finally people will see that what we have been doing is absurd. And it will create a dawning clarity. For just a fraction of a second. Which I think is all it takes. Just a small fraction of a second for a person to see that what we have been doing is not only wrong, but also completely fucking absurd. Because it is absurd, isn't it? It's absurd what we've done. We literally dredge up the bones of our ancestors, put those bones through an alchemical process to create a dark elixir that we then pour into infernal machines in order to go fast, to jobs we hate, to do nothing important, for people we despise and will never meet. And the consequence of that is that the bones that we burn go up into the atmosphere and keep the heat of the sun in, so that we will be burned by its holy radiance for daring to awake them from their slumber. We are a silly people. Like, if we were doing something useful, I might think a little differently, you know? If we were doing something that was cool or interesting or even fun, I might think a little differently. But really, for the most part, we're working ourselves to death for basically nothing. My absolute favorite part, actually, of the whole thing is how we're poisoning the atmosphere and the land and the water, the air, so that a small group of people, literally like 8 to 10 people, can have more imaginary funny money we all invented. That, I think, is my favorite part. That we created this false god called money, upon which all things pivot and are hinged upon. People say they're doing all of it for their kids. Yeah, right. Nothing could be more delusional than this. Like, at this stage in the game, the only advice that I could ever give to any kid is just do whatever you want. Don't listen to anybody over the age of 50. Don't bother with teachers. Don't bother with mentors. These people have nothing to teach you. They don't know anything about reality. And the evidence of that is right in front of your face. Like, the fact that kids are not just walking out of their schools. Like, the universities should already be in mass scale strikes. There should already be massive student strikes. These teachers have nothing to teach you. They're not capable. They're not intelligent. They're just working for a paycheck. And they're just going to tell you whatever they've been told to tell you. There's no such thing as an expert in the West, certainly. Because all of it is going to lead to total disaster. And so if we actually were smart, if we were actually intelligent, we would be gathering up all together as a people, and we would be staging massive walkouts. We would be walking out of these establishments, and we would be saying to our professors, to our teachers, to our owners, you no longer have credibility. You no longer have credibility. There's nothing left. That's one of the big fears that I have about this situation here. A little bit of good news. Slovenia, the first EU nation to join South Africa at the ICJ court on condemnation of Israel. So a little bit of good news there. But it is still completely possible that on this tour of the West losing credibility, that the International Court of Justice will still stand up and say aloud in front of all of us that what is happening in Israel is not a genocide. I don't even know how I would respond to that. You know? I don't even know what I would think about that. I have an idea of what I might think. But, like, the reality of living in a world where there is no such thing as a credible Western institution, where every Western institution has finally decided there's no reason to attempt to be credible. And just think about how obnoxious the fascists in the West are going to be. Right? Because that's all they'll ever say. It's not a genocide. The International Criminal Court said it wasn't a genocide. Well, you disagree with the International Criminal Court? Pfft, what a fringe loony. And they'll just keep bombing the shit out of Gaza. And they'll just keep celebrating the murder of children. And they'll just continue with the genocide while proclaiming that it doesn't exist. Like, and it could happen. That's the part about this conversation that really fills me with, like, I don't know what it is. It's a sensation, though. Just this feeling of, like, how stupid can this get? How dumb can this be? How absurd can reality get? We literally have, for the first time in human history, a fully documented, through video, a fully documented genocide. The evidence could not be more overwhelming. We have confessions from the leadership, from the cabinet ministers, from the media, from the school systems, from the generals, from the people committing the genocide on the ground, from the citizens themselves, calling out for a genocide. We literally have, like, body cam footage. And the idea that it is even possible that the International Court of Justice might actually say that it's not a genocide, the thought of that alone just makes me feel absurd. It makes me realize just how little credibility, or how little I've come to expect from the West. Ashton writes, after the things I saw in Gaza just on Twitter, I will never believe it is not a genocide in Palestine. Although they convinced me at Seneca York a few years ago too. I don't know if I understand that last comment. Like they convinced you that it was a genocide at Seneca York. Look, I mean, the the reality is like you've got like Netanyahu saying it out loud. Like they're all saying it out loud. And it's all being exposed at the International Court of Justice. Like the South Africans are being very diligent about this. They're being very, very, like every scrap of evidence that they can get their hands on, they are showing. Twitter videos of soldiers chanting about committing a genocide and celebrating how they murder babies. Like, every little tiny piece of evidence that can be presented, they are presenting it. And the evidence is overwhelming. And it just does kind of break my heart a little bit. Because I know that I say all the time that these institutions have lost their credibility, but to see it, to even contemplate the potential of it in such a naked fashion, hurts me. It hurts me to even contemplate that it's possible. That it would just be so nakedly done. And so I think I need to prepare for that. Because I think it's possible. And if that begins to unfold in this reality, if it begins to manifest into the reality that the West is finally just going to say nakedly and openly to the entire world that this is not a genocide, while showing you the top of a building and saying Uyghur genocide, while pointing at a grain shortage in Ukraine and saying that's a genocide. Gavin writes, did you know there's a market in North Korea like China? I just found out about this. Race and special economic city. Yeah. No, Gavin, every system has a market. Markets are not capitalism. That's not what makes something capitalist or not capitalist, right? Like slave societies had markets, tribal societies had markets. I thought North Korea was 100% planned state economy, but no, there's just like an understanding in economics that you can plan an economy to a point, but when it comes time to distribute goods into a population, the best way to do it is through a market. So you can have your planned state economy, and you can have your planned economy insofar as the creation of goods is concerned, right? And so you create your goods, you create your apples, you create your oranges, you create your pears, you create your carrots, you create your watermelons, right? But how do you distribute those goods in an efficient way, in a manner that ensures that everybody kind of gets access to what it is they want? You create a market. And every single market that exists is supported by the state, including in America. Like there's this concept of the free market does not exist. That's not a real thing that exists. That's a code that corporatists use to say no rules for us. We should not have to follow any rules. That's what free market means. But every market has a degree of freedom, because the goal of a market is to ensure that everyone just has access to all of the goods that exists on the market and can buy those goods at whatever price they're set at. So every system has a market. No, Gavin. You just misunderstand what capitalism is. That's all. Like, if you think that capitalism is markets, then yes, we need capitalism to survive, because of course markets. Because markets are ubiquitous. But markets aren't capitalism. Feudal societies had markets. Jesus Christ smashed a market up in the Roman Empire. Like, markets are ubiquitous. It's like saying they had a library, so it's capitalism. No, why are you not listening? But it's true. I mean, according to the story. But they had a concept of the market. Like, markets are not capitalism. Capitalism is the relationship between the employed and the employer, between the owner and the owned. Capitalism is the idea that there should be a group of people, often a small minority of people, who own all of the assets, which include the means of production, the ability to create goods. It wouldn't be defined as the employer and the employee. It would be defined as the serf and the master, or the slave and the master. And the relationship between the employee and the employer is a continuation of that relationship, although it's different. It is altered, right? In the slave-master dynamic, the slave is owned directly by the owner, by the master. In the serf-master arrangement, right, the serf-landlord arrangement, the serf is tied to the land. And the land can be bought and sold, but the serf isn't directly owned. In the capitalist arrangement, the employee rents himself through a process of wage slavery, and and then is not tied to land. That's considered a freedom. He's not tied to land, but he has to spend the wage that he gets from the owners on shelter that is more or less owned by those owners. No, Gavin, I don't know why you keep making this statement. Like, Gavin, I'm going to use a very technical term right here, okay? And just so you understand, I'm using this term so that you understand it's technically said. You're being very stupid right now. Like, it's a very stupid thing you're saying. You're being extremely stupid. And I'm here to tell you that you sound stupid and you should stop sounding so stupid. And that's a very technical term that I'm using so that you understand the seriousness of it. Because you're being stupid. Gavin is saying that markets are capitalism. And so we need capitalism, because Gavin is being intentionally stupid. So if you'd like to actually understand the subject and not be so stupid, the relationship between the owner and the owned creates a class dynamic in the society. That you have those who own the assets, the means of production, who are able to produce goods, and moreover, and this is very important, to withhold goods. Those goods are things like food and shelter. They can remove food and shelter from the market, which is not capitalism. They can withhold it and hoard it and keep it away from people. The owned rather, on the other side, the wage slaves, have nothing but their own labor. They own no assets. They own nothing. So they are in a position where they have to sell themselves to the asset holders, the asset holding class, what historically is called the bourgeoisie, in order to get access to food and shelter. And if they don't sell themselves to the asset holding class for food and shelter, then they starve and are homeless. This is the defining character of capitalism, not markets. Every system in human history has used markets. If you are defining markets, if you are defining capitalism as markets, then you are being intentionally stupid on purpose. There is not one drop of theory, there is nothing written about this idea that says, not by Adam Smith, not by Ricard, not by Marx, not by Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Deng, Xi Jinping. Nobody. Isn't the class gone after the revolution? No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. You can't just flip a switch and have it be gone. It just doesn't work that way. So like China before Deng Xiaoping, reform was very Marxist-Leninist, sure, right? They built their productive forces and they built what they needed, right? Then after the owner relation got very rich, right, all you need to do to eliminate from the discourse I'll talk to you soon, Hunch. I'll talk to you in a second, okay, bud? Stick around, okay, bud? I'm going to answer that question for you. All you have to do to think the way you're thinking is eliminate the war that China and America fought from the way that you think, right? That you're doing the thing that Western Marxists always do, which is they say, oh, any amount of capital ownership came into China, therefore it is no longer communism and they're no longer interested in communism. That they have abandoned communism and communism doesn't work. How do we know? Because they let capitalism in. All you've got to do to think this way is simply eliminate the reality of that war from the way that you think. That the Chinese allow Western capital into their borders for two reasons, which they state. Reason number one is to end the war. Right? You remember the Vietnam War, Laos, Cambodia, right? Anything can fly shoots anything on the ground, right? Leveling, like murdering literally 20% of these countries' populations, right? Do you remember this war? Do you remember movies like The Big Lebowski? Do you remember Apocalypse Now? Like, do you remember these wars? Do you know the movie? Do you know the movie and the show MASH, where they talk about the Korean War? Like, do you remember these wars, right? Like, I'm not just talking into a vacuum here, right? Like, do you think those wars are irrelevant and that they don't matter? Right? You think that America was just carpet bombing those countries saying we're staunching the spread of communism for nothing? Right? Like, it's really, really weird. The reason why I really harp on this point, the reason why I harp on this point is that it's really, really weird that these wars are just eliminated from the consciousness of people. That the Americans can literally murder 20% of this population, 20% of this population, turn the countries into total rubble, literally shelling along this border, just shelling the shit along this border, shelling the shit along this border, right? Doing flyovers, literally aircraft carriers sitting right here, like literally. And we're all just like, yeah, it's totally fine. China doesn't need to do concessions. They don't need to negotiate. There's no negotiation that they need to do here. No, absolutely. It's totally fine to live in a state of complete and total perpetual war. That's completely normal and fine. Or they can negotiate. They could negotiate. And the theory that Deng Xiaoping put down was that let's let the capitalists come in with their foreign investment. They'll come in with their industry. They'll come in with their technology. They'll come in with their business. They will help develop China. We will accept the income inequality that this will bring. We will accept the things that occur. We will accept all of that. And in response, we, the People's Republic of China, the Communist Party of China, will work against the negative consequences of capitalism. And when the time comes, we will allow capitalism to die off and wither away. That's the theory. And incidentally, that's what's bearing out. That the capitalists in America deindustrialized America, weakening America dramatically, sending their industry over to China. They literally looked at a country that was saying seize the means of production, and they traded it away. And they traded it away to China. And now China has become the world's superpower. It's the biggest economy on the planet, the number one trading partner for most of the world. And do you know what Xi Jinping is saying? That now is the time to revitalize our connection to Marxism. Now is the time for the schools to revitalize and continue teaching Marxism. Because Deng Xiaoping's vision of what was going to come in the future is correct. That capitalism is going to die off in China. Because now the Chinese have the productive forces that they traded the Americans for. The war is long over. And China is going to simply allow the capitalist enterprises. No, don't you think Xi Jinping is a great capitalist? No, I think Xi Jinping is a great communist leader. One of the great communist leaders, in fact. Right? He's up there with Mao and Deng. And his goal, and the platform he was elected on, was on a platform of expunging corruption from the National People's Congress, which he's been very successful at. And this next era of Chinese growth within the system of communism is going to be this expunging of capitalism. And it's worth pointing out that China only ever allowed about 40% of its economy to be capitalist. So capitalism was never the full driving force of the Chinese economy, right? 60% of the Chinese economy was run by function of the state, right? Or run by the people. And it's also worth pointing out that within the capitalist structures that existed, there were still uh, uh, there were still uh, uh, major structures that those capitalists had to abide by within the Chinese Constitution. Right? The Chinese Constitution guarantees that all workplaces have to have a workers' council, for example. Right? And even the capitalists had to have that. Again, markets are not capitalism. Right? Your misunderstanding of the subject is really hurting you. It's really difficult for you to understand the subject when you purposefully misunderstand it like this. So I think I'm just going to move on, because you're intentionally misunderstanding. So Hunch writes, I gotta be honest, man. I don't want to sound ignorant. I just want to learn. But anytime someone throws terms like Marxist, fascist, or even communist, I don't fully understand what each person stands for and what ideals they have. Great question, Hunch. And so wonderfully asked. I gotta tell you, that's so polite that I've actually got to spend time on you, I think, to deal with that. So, Marxist. Let's just deal. It sounds to me like you're just looking for the basic kind of definitions, right? In kind of a basic sort of a way. Marxist. So, Marxism is about the study of the works of Karl Marx, right? Karl Marx was a economist. Did a lot of writing on social theory, did a lot of writing on social psychology, and he basically did a continuation of the work of Adam Smith and another economist that's lesser known by the name of Ricard, and Hegel. And he worked pretty closely with another fellow by the name of Engels. And he was in, oh goodness, it was Germany. And he was writing in Germany in the 1800s. And he was fascinated by the labor relations of capital and wanted to write more about what capitalism was from a position of what's called historical and material dialectics. All right, that's just a way to say that he looked at what was real and called it as it is, right? That he used evidence and used material evidence. So he distilled from his discourse any concept of spirituality or any kind of concept of like, he wasn't interested in hunches. He wanted concrete evidence and concrete facts, and he wanted to root what he was saying. He wanted to root what he was saying in what was materially true and objectively visible and objectively true. So Marx wrote several books. The most well-known is the Communist Manifesto, which is an okay introduction to many of the themes. I think that there are authors and speakers, Richard Wolff or Michael Parenti, are both resources that I would point to before I pointed to the Communist Manifesto, I think. Although the Communist Manifesto is a useful thing to read. And then Das Kapital is his masterpiece. Das Kapital, the many volumes of Das Kapital, is his very thorough analysis of the economic system of capital and pointing out its many contradictions, the class-based society that exists within it, the labor relations that exist within it, and the consequences of it. And one of the consequences, and so the study of all of that, everything I just said right there, the study of that and the understanding of that is Marxism. It's not an ideology. It's an economic study. It's an economic system. It is primarily, above all, a critique of the system of capital, right? It's a critique of the system of capitalism following from the Hegelian Adam Smith line. And and so that's Marxism, right? So somebody who wants to understand capitalism and who wants to study capitalism and who wants to learn about capitalism from a position of historical material dialecticalism needs to study Marx. And it's pretty telling that no Western institution makes its economists study Marx, which is why we've ended up with a bunch of illiterate rubes who are ideologues running the show. So Marxism. Before I get into fascism, I'll just deal with communism because it's the easiest one to connect to. Communism is the idea, the vision, that we can move away from a class-based system to a non-class system. That one of Marx's strongest observations is that that capitalism has a class system in it. And I just described it earlier, but I'll do it again right now. The class system is that there are a small group of people, what Marx calls the bourgeoisie, a small group of asset holders who own all of the assets, the ability to make goods, what he calls the means of production. So you have the asset holders who own the food and the shelter, basically. Right? They own the food, they own the shelter, and moreover, they own the ability to produce food and they own the ability to produce shelter. And this group is small and they do no work for themselves. Right? Their job is simply owning these assets. So that's the first class, the bourgeoisie, what I call the owners, because they own everything. Then there's a second class, which is the majority of people. And they are the proletariat, what's called the proletariat, the workers, or the owned, wage slaves. These people own nothing. They have nothing but their labor, their ability to do work. And so they exchange their labor for a wage that they use to buy food and shelter, oftentimes off of a market. This relationship between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, Marx observed, and it's absolutely true, is a naturally antagonistic relationship. What's good for the worker is bad for the owner, and what's bad for the owner and what's good for the owner is bad for the worker. So they are in a naturally antagonistic relationship. I'll give you a clear example. If the worker wants his wages to go up, that means that the owner gets less profit. And if the owner wants more profit, it means he needs to lower the wage of the worker. That's a naturally antagonistic relationship. That cannot be resolved. And so communism is the pursuit, the long-term project to eliminate this class dynamic and to eliminate this antagonistic relationship in the society. Because Marx observed accurately that when you have an antagonistic relationship like this in your society will stagnate and it will fall behind. Lincoln said it clear as day. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Well, when you've got a capital owner who owns all the assets and everybody working for that person, that's a house divided. And so communism is the pursuit to eliminate that class dynamic. And of course, Lenin put the theory pretty clearly, although Marx stated it as well, but Lenin executed it, that the way that you achieve this is through revolution, seizing the means of production, and then erecting what they call the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is a system of government that excludes purposefully capitalist corruption from it. And then through that process, you kill off the capitalist class until all that remains is the working class. And that everybody is a worker. And once that is done, and the workers themselves own the means of production, there will be no need for a state, and the state itself will wither away, as the theory goes. And that communism is not the idea that you can flick a switch and do that, but that you are on the process of going towards this goal of communism through socialism. So China, for example, currently calls itself socialist with Chinese characteristics, with the vision of achieving full socialism, communism in the future. But it's a process, right? And it's specifically the process of expunging from the society this class dynamic that exists between those who own assets and those who do not, that creates that antagonistic relationship that exists in the society. So, fascism. Fascism is the idea, and fascism contains a lot of different ideas, but I'll just talk about my observations of it from the economic position. Because fascism also contains the social idea that there are superior, like, bloodlines and shit, and that's where you get into Nazism. But fascism is at its core the idea that the asset holders, the business class, should directly take over the government and the institutions. So you have private business owners who, instead of having an electoral system that is democratic and thereby responds potentially to a working class, that the fascists simply take over, that the capitalists take over the system of government and merge the government and the business class together. So if you understand what a theocracy is, right? A theocracy is when the church and the state merge. And that's perfectly well understood by everybody. A theocracy is when the church and the state merge. Well, fascism is when the private business class and the state merge. That becomes fascism. Mussolini, the founder of fascism and the fascist party in Italy, said that fascism is better described as corporatism because it is the merger of business and state. And this merger, of course, is very specifically done to oppress the working class, so that the working class has no way of finding a legislative outlet for their grievances. Fascists then tend to rule through force. That it is possible for a brief moment to have a capitalist society that will have a electoral government that, in theory, and even potentially, responds to the needs of the populace and airs their grievances and acknowledges their grievances. But when fascists take power, they will not air those grievances or acknowledge those grievances, and in fact, they will oppress the workers through force. Through thugs, essentially. This is why fascists often show up when communism begins to take hold. Because communism is the largest threat to the capitalist class. And so when communists begin to gain steam in a society, the capitalists will often take over the state apparatus directly and employ fascism as a tactic against a society that is turning towards communism in order to expunge the communist element. It pays to remember that the very first concentration camp in Nazi Germany was a communist concentration camp. It wasn't a Jewish concentration camp. It was a communist concentration camp. So I hope that answers your question, Hunch. You asked it so kindly and nicely. And I think it is worth clarifying that there is this inclination or this argument that gets made these days that fascism and communism are the same thing, or that they're the same somehow. And I hope you can see with clarity now that that is not the case. That fascism stands very distinctly apart from communism, in that fascism is about the capitalists seizing hold of the state apparatus directly and using force to suppress the working class, while communism is about the workers seizing the state apparatus in order to eliminate the capitalist class from the society. So they are the opposite of one another. They are in direct opposition to one another. Sven Kier chimes in, thank you for sharing. Well, thank you for listening. I appreciate it. I feel like this is important information these days, and I feel like this is an important thing to get into the world for people to understand. That the most dangerous part about Marxism is simply that people understand that class dynamic exists. That's the most dangerous part. Because once you understand the existence of that class dynamic and you really understand it, then you begin to see very clearly the antagonistic relationship and its injustices in the system. Gavin writes, I like North Korea specifically because they are hardworking, even without owners, to do good and work well. Yeah. Like, North Korea proves that you don't need capitalists to do good work. Capitalists are worthless. They're parasites. They add nothing of value. Right? And in fact, Marx argued, and I tend to agree, that capitalists are a drain on the society. They're a net negative. Right? Not only do they not add any productive value to any pursuit, they often force people to do extra work and force people to waste productivity in order to achieve pretty basic goals. Well, North Korea has a culture like that because they're still in a war. Once again, you're just ignoring the war, right? The war between North and what's called South Korea. Like, North Korea would just call itself Korea, and South Korea would call itself the occupied territories, and they would call that the occupied territories of Korea. Right? Because that's what it actually is. Right? This is how a North Korean would actually view that situation. This has been an ongoing conflict as far as the Koreans are concerned. That when the Americans invaded Korea and occupied what's called South Korea, they turned the North into rubble, killed about 20% of the population there. And since that time, since about the 50s, North and South Korea called a truce, but they never declared peace. So there's never actually been a formal peace between these two. And very recently, literally yesterday, Kim Il-sung issued a statement saying that we should be prepared to occupy South Korea and deal with what an occupation of South Korea would look like. So, as far as the North Koreans are concerned, this is an ongoing conflict. that the leadership of North Korea may consider attempting to resolve through force. Fiddleford, do they eat the rats and then the rats eat the people and then the people eat the rats? Yeah, dude, that lady. What's her fucking name again? I can never remember her name. She's such a creepy looking person. Went on Joe Rogan's podcast. I think it's so the shit that she said was so stupid. Like, it was so dumb. My favorite thing that she said was sometimes the North Koreans would need to take the train and they would make the North Koreans push the train. It's like, that's so fucking stupid. Can you imagine actually saying that shit out loud? Like, I don't know how Joe Rogan didn't just look at Yeonmi Park right there and be like, what are you talking about? How many Koreans pushing a train? Why would they push the train? For what? It would be easier for them to just carry their stuff and walk. Like, what are you talking about? Push the train. Yeah, like the shit that people will say about Korea and about Southeast Asia and China generally, it's pretty baffling. Like, it's pretty stunning. Right? There's so much bullshit in the conversation. Right? There's so much fucking bullshit in the conversation. Which is why you have to be really skeptical about what American propaganda is talking about when it talks about China and when it talks about Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos. Like, you got to be really, really fucking careful. Because, like, China calls itself socialist with Chinese characteristics. And it puts himself on the... Yeah, Gabriel nailing it. Apparently all North Koreans are starving but have the strength to pull a freight train. Yep. Like this a classic fascist strategy, right? The enemy is both weak and strong. The enemy is both supernaturally weak and supernaturally strong. And you get to pick and choose whenever you'd like it to be convenient for your narrative. It doesn't need to make sense. It doesn't need to be rational or logical. China calls itself socialist with Chinese characteristics. It is ruled by the National People's Congress, which is an electoral body that holds elections once every 5 years. From that body, an executive is elected, and that's where Xi Jinping is elected. His position is, like, we call it a president, but it is actually more like a chairman position, right? Most leaders, I shouldn't say even most, all leaders of the National People's Congress rule by consensus. This idea that Xi Jinping is somehow a dictator is strange. It's an odd idea that gets put forward by the American propaganda system. Did you know North Korea has a social democracy party? Yeah. Like, Kim Il-sung is not a dictator. Kim Il-sung is the leader of the military, which is an appointed position, and it's appointed by the electoral body. And the reason why they continue to appoint that family to that position is because they respect that family. Like, and the family has done a good job of it. It's always kind of odd that we here can venerate the monarchy in Britain, but if Korea has something that's even remotely similar, we're like, what a weird culture. Imagine what a fully fed North Korea can do. Exactly. Like, one of the things that I will always point out, capitalists like to say that, like, oh, that capitalism has eliminated so much poverty. It's like, not really. If you take China out of the equation, things are actually worse for most people around the world. That China has implemented a lot of distributive systems, right? That they took a look at the inequality that was being created because of capitalism, and through the National People's Congress, they redistributed a lot of that wealth. You wouldn't see that in a capitalist system, right? You see that in a socialist system. And the reason the Chinese call themselves socialists with Chinese characteristics is to move towards communism away from capitalism. That they had to negotiate with capitalists and they had to negotiate with foreign power because of a war, right? But it's been very successful for them. What's my opinion on Russia? That's a very broad question. Like modern day, current today Russia, it is like technically an electoral system, but it's primarily an oligarchy that responds to the elected officials, which is Putin, right? And, but it is like relatively, like it's more corrupted by capital. That since the fall of the Soviet Union, the capitalist corruption and the capitalist shock therapy was very immediate. Like, unlike what happened in China, like when foreign capital came into China, it was very much negotiative. There was very much a negotiation, and it was very much this body, the National People's Congress, in control and managing the inflow of foreign capital, right? And negotiating all of those terms, right? When the capitalists finally came into Russia, they did the neoliberal shock therapy. Right, it's why you have a sudden spike up of child prostitution. It's why poverty jumped up in Russia through this neoliberal period throughout the 90s, which was absolutely horrible for Russia. And then, of course, you've ended up with the exact thing that you should expect to see, which is a bunch of oligarchs. The Russian system, like what this has shown is that the Chinese system of governance is stronger than the Russian system. And that I can make a case, and I do make the case, that Russia has done what it has done because it too is worried about war. That World War II was devastating for Russia. They lost 25 million citizens to the Nazis. And unlike China, which China is just sort of sitting over here, right? Like China's wars were very much here with the Americans, right, having to cross this ocean, right? So there's literally an ocean between their primary antagonist. For Europe to get over here into China is very difficult. So it's actually quite difficult for America and for Europe to get to China to engage in war, which is why America has had to build a series of military bases through this region so that they can create lily pads in order to get into China, right? Which is a big endeavor, right? So it's actually difficult to deal with China. That's Germany. That's Russia, right? The Nazis came out of Germany, and then post-World War II, German, France, Britain, a lot of these countries formed a military alliance called NATO, which included in it Germany. You know, the fucking Nazis. There was a period of time where a literal Nazi was the chairman of NATO. They rehabilitated the Nazis in NATO. So from the perspective of the Russians, that's scary as shit. That's terrifying as shit. And so it's pretty clear that post-Stalin, Russia pivoted to a strategy of appeasement. That instead of saying rah rah communism, fuck you capitalists, we're gonna go over there and expropriate everything, haha, capitalism sucks. They said instead, hey, how about we just trade and be buddies? Why don't we open our borders to some foreign capital, you know? What's the problem with that? What could be so bad? It can't be worse than a world war, right? Where 25 million citizens are murdered. And so this strategy of appeasement led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which led to a period of time from why am I blanking on his name? Khrushchev to Gorbachev to Putin, where the thinking and the hope from the leadership of Russia was that they were going to be able to integrate with the West. They were going to be able to join. They were going to be able to join the G20. They were going to be able to join the G8. For a period of time, they were in the G8. Now the G7. They were going to be able to join NATO. That was a big one. If Russia had been able to join NATO, that would have been a huge, 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 huge shift in the narrative on the world stage. But, and when Putin took power, and I think he was very hopeful. Putin was very hopeful that he was going to be able to take the work of Khrushchev and Gorbachev and Brezhnev and kind of stick the landing. That's what I think Putin wanted. Putin wanted to stick the landing. He wanted to join Europe. That was the goal, to join Europe. Because if you can't beat them, join them. Even though they did beat them. But they lost 25 million people for it. So it was like a Pyrrhic victory. And so they didn't want to experience that again. And so what better way to get away from that than to appease? Join the system of international capital, right? Allow foreign capital in, right? Certainly better than rearing this up and having the Nazis kick up again and having a whole fucking thing again. Nobody wanted to do that again, right? And so when Putin took power, he was very hopeful that that was going to continue and that that's what was going to happen. But during Putin's rule, during the period of time that Putin has been in power, NATO really showed its true colors. There were a lot of big moments. I mean, Serbia is obviously a big one. But Libya was huge. The invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, right? The destruction of Libya had to have been just this enormous moment where Putin was just like, oh, these guys will just do whatever they want. That's very scary. That they went into Libya and just overthrew Libya and murdered Gaddafi. Like, that's very, very scary. And Putin was very, very forceful in his speech when he condemned NATO. I don't know if he directly condemned them, but he was very forceful in his speech opposing that act. And of course, then that leads to... And so during this period of time, during the early years of Putin, an oligarchy is rising up, right? Private industry is creating inequality throughout Russia, right? And you have all of the problems that American capital is facing, Russian capital is also facing. I think the major difference is that there is still, to a certain degree, a communist element in Russia, and there is still, to a degree, the idea that the leadership of Russia should attempt to resolve these problems, right? Russia is still fairly social-minded, right? I don't want to say socialist, but they definitely, like, they have a universal healthcare system, for example, right? Like that something that America has never achieved. And they have the idea of, like, okay, fine, so people are going to get rich, but like social welfare still counts. We still need to worry about the welfare of the commoner, right? And the shift away from America definitely happens finally. The straw that breaks the camel's back. Actually, I mean, this had to have been a big one too. In 2001. Right? When the Twin Towers, or was it the Twin Towers or was it the financial crash? Shoot. In any case, America caused a coup to happen in Georgia. Right? They overthrew the leadership of Georgia, and the idea was that they wanted to take over Georgia and they wanted to turn this into essentially a NATO state so that they could put missiles on the border of Russia, essentially. Putin was not having that. And so there was a counter-revolution, and they overthrew Georgia. And Putin has claimed certain territory. You can see these dotted lines. This is the territory that Russia claims for itself because of that conflict. This definitely was a moment when the no. I'm sure that's what the Western media is telling you. They overthrew. The Americans were responsible for the overthrow of the leadership of Georgia. Putin went in to correct that, right? To counter that revolution, that overthrow, and was successful. And the people of Georgia themselves came out and they reinstated, I don't know if it was previous leadership or new leadership, but they got rid of the Americans, essentially. This was the first attempt. Ukraine was the bigger attempt. The more successful attempt, let's call it. So America did what they did in Georgia again in Ukraine. That they funded a coup using the cover of what's called the Euromaidan crisis. The major difference, okay, the reason why Ukraine was more successful in terms of the coup than Georgia was because they weren't able to really fund any militants on the ground, right? That obviously they had a certain amount of militants on the ground, but they really weren't hardcore, and there wasn't a lot of them in Georgia. The Russians were able to deal with this pretty neatly. And there was like a larger crisis happening, and so people weren't really paying attention to Georgia. Nobody really cared, right? Nobody really cared while it was happening. The Americans were able to successfully fund a neo-Nazi brigade, what became a brigade, basically neo-Nazi street thugs and street gangs, C sector, but the big one, they all coalesced under the banner of the Azov Battalion, or what became called the Azov Brigade. They keep changing the name because they don't want people to realize that these guys are an open neo-Nazi organization. This neo-Nazi organization got integrated into the Ukrainian military, and the Ukrainian military then went to the Donbass region, which is primarily ethnic Russian, and the Nazis, who were funded and organized by NATO, started shelling the ethnic Russians, and they sat there for 8 years. They killed about 14,000 people. There was a massacre in Mariupol where they chased people into a building and then burnt it down. Because there's no such thing as a Jewish Nazi collaborator. Like, come on, my man. Like, let's grow up a little bit, okay? Just a tiny incy tinchy little bit, okay? Let's just grow up a tiny bit. The Zelensky, since you brought him up, Zelensky was elected. So there was a coup where they put in some fellow, I forget his name offhand. They got rid of the other guy, and there was a coup where NATO installed their own guy. And then they held an election, and Zelensky won. To Zelensky's credit, Zelensky ran on a platform of ending the Donbass war, right? This is what's so embarrassing about the apologists for NATO, is that literally Zelensky ran on a platform of ending the Donbass war. So there was a war going on in Ukraine where Nazis funded by NATO were shelling ethnic Russians on the border of Russia. Does Russia have a history with Nazis? I think Russia has a history with Nazis. So the Russians take this as a threat, as a significant threat. So Zelensky gets elected on this platform of ending the Donbass war. To his credit, he goes down to the front line and he tells the Nazis there Time to pack it up. This is over. We're finishing this. And the Nazis said, go fuck yourself. We don't care what you think. We will shoot you in the back if you don't do what we say. And that's basically what Zelensky's been doing this whole time. So your whole but Zelensky's a Jew thing, who gives a shit? Who cares even a little tiny bit? NATO has empowered Nazis who have taken over the governmental structures. And Zelensky just does what he's told. And if he doesn't, he gets a fucking bullet in the back. From the fucking Nazis. Who are the ones who are actually in power. And how do we know? Because they're the ones that are getting funded by NATO. Didn't Russia have a Nazi party? Embarrassing. What was its name? When? When did it run? Source, please. Come on. What's with this embarrassing shit? Like, asking questions is one thing, but come on. Are you fucking kidding me? When did Russia have a Nazi party? When did Russia have a Nazi party? When? What years? What was its name? So let's just look at the NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. There's the NATO flag, right? Such a beautiful flag, right? What a beautiful, beautiful flag. What a beautiful flag. So one of the major members of NATO is Germany. Germany had the Nazi party, right? Of the members who were in NATO, several of them were literally hardcore neo-Nazis. Sorry, not neo-Nazis, straight up Nazis. Serving under Hitler, serving under Goebbels. Straight up guys who ran the concentration camp. One of them was literally the chair of NATO. And here's a fun thing. Just something I like to point out. That's the NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. NATO flag. Neato. That's a neato thing that's in the NATO flag. I guess it's just a coincidence, though, that a party that includes in its membership I keep saying neo-Nazis, that an organization that includes within its ranks actual Nazis would just casually have, just like a swastika adjacent thing built into its flag. That's really easy to see the moment you see it, right? Now that I take that all away, you can see it. Have a good one, Sven. I'm super late. I'm an hour over, so... no, I don't think it's hidden conspiracy. I think it's right there. Like, I don't think this is a hidden conspiracy. I think it's right there. Like, I don't think it's a secret. Like, just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it's some kind of kooky hidden conspiracy. That an organization that has within its ranks the country from which the Nazis came from, has Nazi members in the organization, including at one point a chairman who was a Nazi, would have on their flag something that is Nazi adjacent, swastika adjacent. That's not a hidden conspiracy, my man. That's not like, ooh, the Illuminati. That's like right in front of your fucking face, smacking you directly, like, uh, 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 uh. And just because you don't know it doesn't mean it's a conspiracy. Like, it's pretty straightforward. If you are a Russian, right? If you are living in Russia and you watch an organization come out of Europe, a military alliance come out, of Europe, whose explicit agenda, incidentally, the explicit stated agenda, point one of NATO, is the destruction of the Soviet Union. It's the reason why NATO was created. The destruction of the Soviet Union. Within the ranks of that military alliance, NATO, is the country from which the Nazi Party came from. And you see that within the ranks of its membership, there are Nazis. And then you see that's its flag. I don't think you're going to think that that's a conspiracy theory. I don't think you're going to be like, what a kooky fringe idea. I think that you're going to look at that and think that is a threat. This flag has a swastika on it. This is a threat. And I think that if you were in Russia and you presented that case and someone said, what a kooky loser, you could probably just punch them in the face and the police would be like, that was the right thing to do. We don't need Nazi collaborators up in here. America is against racism. What was Martin Luther King? What are you talking about, bro? Gavin, are you a bit drunk right now? I feel like you're a bit drunk. Do you think Canada is Nazi? So, there's a couple of fun facts there. I don't think that Canada is like a full-blown Nazi state, but there's some interesting things that have happened recently. Oopzilla on Twitch kindly saying Adolf Hausinger was the chair that we were discussing earlier. He was Hitler's chief of staff as well. So Hitler's chief of staff, Adolf Hausinger, sat as the chair of NATO, the head of NATO. Yeah, normal organization, right? Totally just a defensive alliance. The migrant situation is a whole other narrative. That's a whole other story. I think that what's happening with the migrant situation is actually much more cynical than simply like, we got to open those borders, get those migrants in there. Like I think that there's a much more sinister plot afoot, but I don't have the hard evidence to make that case clearly. What we do have is things like the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, which is a slave system in Canada. But here's some facts. Here's just some things. So Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister, right, second in charge, Trudeau goes, and dies. Then then Chrystia Freeland takes over. So Chrystia Freeland's grandfather was a Nazi collaborator. He worked under Goebbels in Ukraine. He was a Ukrainian Nazi who worked in Ukraine, right? We were just talking about Ukraine and their Nazi problem. Under Goebbels as a propagandist for the Nazi regime in Ukraine. He, of course, flees Ukraine for the obvious reasons, ends up in Canada, has Chrystia Freeland. Chrystia Freeland is on record saying she's very proud of her grandfather's work as a Nazi collaborator. She's never repudiated him, right? She's never really renounced the Nazism. This is the second in command, right, for the Liberal Party right now. So, interesting, strange fact number 1. Interesting, strange fact number 2. Very recently, within the last year, the Liberal Party, while Zelensky was in Parliament, decided to honor a Nazi. They literally had a Nazi stand up and say, and they said, Mr. Hunka served in Ukraine in World War II fighting against the Russians. My favorite part about that is if you watch the clip, you can see the Speaker of the House read the card and he says, fought in World War II against the Russians, and he goes like this. And then continues. It's very clear this guy read that and then understood that this guy was a Nazi. And then just decided to continue on the course. And then, of course, they scapegoat him and he's forced to resign over the whole thing. My favorite part about that one is that they're trying to con us into believing, like, oh, it was an accident. Shut up. Like, you can be stupid all you want, but don't try to make me stupid. Like, that, what a dumbass position to hold. Yeah, right. So in front of a foreign dignitary, Zelensky, they just let some random guy in to the parliament to honor him. And nobody said, why should we honor this guy in front of Zelensky? Shut up. Like, that's so stupid. Like, you've got to be a dumb person to think that. So they knowingly honored a Nazi in front of Zelensky. And then fact number 3, this is super fun. During this whole thing where NATO was funding Nazis, well, guess who else was funding and training and arming Nazis that whole time? Was it Canada? It sure fucking was. So right now, we got a leadership where the deputy prime minister is the granddaughter of a Nazi collaborator who she says she's proud of. A party that openly honors Nazis in its parliament, in front of foreign dignitaries no less, while simultaneously arming and funding Nazis. Now, I don't think that Justin Trudeau is a Nazi, but it's turning out that he might be just as bad, or something just as bad, which would be a liberal. There's a classic phrase, scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds, and I think it applies here. So that's more or less my opinion of what Canada's all about. If Canada was Nazi, they wouldn't welcome all these Latinos, Chinese, and Arabs to do their cheap labor for them. Yeah, of course they would. And then when the social situation gets too tense and shit goes sideways, they can just galvanize the white working class to turn into thugs to beat those migrants up. Classic. It's totally classic. Like, bring in a bunch of cheap labor, undercut the labor market, piss off the white guys, turn the white guys against the migrants. It's a tale as old as time. And it looks like Canada's falling for it too. Is Obama a Nazi? Probably not. Migrants have a good life in Canada, which is why most of them are leaving. In older times, yeah. All right, guys, I'm like an hour and a bit over. I just felt like I wanted to keep going. I felt like when I was running out of steam coming up to the 9 o'clock, and then a couple of people came in asking some legitimate questions, and I wanted to stand with that. Honestly, it was you, Hunch. It was your fault. I blame you. If you're still listening, uh, uh, you just asked it so nicely. I just had to answer. I hope you heard it because it was so great. Yeah, they're leaving because Canada itself is getting screwed because inflation and housing. Yeah, the issue is intertwined. All of those issues are intertwined. The issue is that there is a small group of capital owners who are trying to find ways to extract more wealth from the society. That's the issue. And so, how do you extract more wealth from the society? Well, you bring in a bunch of cheap labor, lowering wages. So, that's one way to do it. You increase the value of your assets, housing, right? How do you do that? Bring in a bunch of cheap labor, right? Uh, uh, Inflation is literally just them raising prices. Like, it's not a natural force. It's just them saying, oh, I could charge $2 instead of one. That's all. And we don't have any like price controls or anything. So, all right. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck.